man. Wow, I just stopped the choke? GG me. Guys, I need you to do something for me. Can you open that link? Wow, what a link, huh? No. Okay. Well, we're fucked. Bad gateway. Yeah, that's what I'm getting too. Well, how am I... This is the only guide on the internet. Holy shit, Twitch payout! Oh my god! It's been so long, I barely remember that was a thing. David is rich. Yes! I got 67 euros. Last time I got any money was in August. Extremely rich. Oh. What chapter am I in? I don't even know. 7. Okay. Well, this will have to do for now. Thank you. Can pay annual PS Plus? No, annual PS Plus is 72 euros. So, that's less than that. Oh. Nika found a nice looking lady. She's gonna do makeup and hair, and I'm gonna shoot. Ooh. What's out of stock? PS Plus? Ah, on Instant Gaming. I was thinking of Instagram. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? What is out of stock? What are we talking about? What is life? I'm sick. How am I sick? I was just fine 2 hours ago. And I slept with the heater on. And now I'm sick. Such a wallflower. I really need that bubble, guys. We gotta set up a donation goal so David can buy a bubble. How am I going to play games inside the bubble? Who knows? Let me just blow my nose. People say IG for Instagram. We'll have to start with Trivial Pursuit. Is that what they play with the Bubble Boy in Seinfeld? Yes? Okay, then yes. I didn't remember if it was that exactly. Okay, let's do this.
Oh, これは早くて助かるな。いや、実はさっきから腹の虫がグーグー鳴っていて。
ご注文は以上でお揃いでしょうか。ではごゆっくりどうぞ。
Yeah. Asusa made it painfully clear that she had no intention of associating herself with Kido-san whatsoever and took her leave.
まあいいか。さて、ではいただきます。
Being who he was, he didn't seem bothered by it either. That really was incredible. I felt rather uncomfortable, especially when one of the patrons happened to glance over at us. Then again, we couldn't exactly get up to leave by ourselves when Kido-san had only just started his meal. We can.
ああ、順にごめん。私たちちょっと席外すね。
Sure?
すみません、純也さん。すぐ戻りますから。
Oh, sure. See you soon? What was up with those two? Oh, maybe they needed the bathroom?
ごちそうさまでした。
In all the time that Misora and Naino-chan were away, Hiro-san had polished off his meal. Who knew it could be so rough just to sit beside someone in silence while they ate?
さて、じゃあ僕はもう行くから。ここはおごらせてもらうよ。
Huh? In the time it took for me to react, Hiro-san had slipped on his jacket and collected everyone's bills from off the table. No, we couldn't ask you to do that.
お騒がせしてしまったからね。団らんを邪魔したお詫びだよ。
I think I would much rather he say that to Azusa than any of us.
妹さんたちが戻ってこないことには、君は席を立てないだろう。代わりに払っておくから。
Now that he has said that to me, it made it difficult to take our bills back out of his hands. Misora, what were you doing? With Aino-chan with you at that?
それじゃ、何か見つけたら必ず連絡してくれよ。
Be sure to tip. Yes. We found something, huh? I watched Kiro-san head off to the register, then let out a sigh. There's everything going on with Chihaya, and now this treasure hunt, huh? My worries were starting to pile up from all directions. It was draining to have so much going on all at once, especially when there was no end in sight. I couldn't help but wonder if I could quickly knock any one of them out. I don't want that to get me flustered just to fail anymore either. I had built up such a huge tab over the years as it was. I had only just begun to repay Chihaya for how dense I had been toward her. In the end, my only choice was to resolve my problems one by one.
ごめん、お待たせ。
Oh, you're back. Kiro-san paid for everything while you two were gone.
ああ、ごめん。店長さんがなかなか捕まんなくってさ。すみません、純也さん。あずささんに見つからないように話をするのに時間がかかってしまって。
What's this about the manager and Azusa? What had they needed with the two of them? But what did she mean by making sure Azusa didn't spot them?
いやほら、さっき騒ぎになっちゃったじゃん。あれでアズーンが怒られたらかわいそうだなって。だから店長さんにアズーンは悪くないんです、叱らないであげてくださいってお願いしてきた。
Oh, really? That's impressive.
でしょでしょ、もっと褒めて褒めて。友達同士でヒートアップしちゃってってうまくごまかせたと思うよ。
I see. But that explains why you suddenly jumped out of your chair like that. They had discussion together while I was distracted by my talk with Kido-san.
はい、他のお客さんからクレームが入るかもしれませんでしたから、その前に言った方がいいと思って。
That's why I had to make sure Azusa didn't see you, huh? She likely would have told them not to have bothered. Then again, they couldn't overlook the fact that we may have put Azusa in a bad position. Azusa was an employee that had caused a disturbance during business hours. What's more, toward the customer, there were likely people there who'd been made uncomfortable too. That was why they had discreetly conspired together and spoke to her manager.
本当にすみませんでした。私たちもちょっと慌ててしまっていて。
No, good work, both of you. I honestly should have said and done something sooner. My reputation as their senior was in shambles. I really did have a lot to learn.
いやいや、順兄には主犯の相手をしてもらったからさ。
Sure. Defender. She was referring to Kido-san. I guess I couldn't deny that, especially given today's events.
あの人がアズーンを煽ったようなもんじゃん。だから主犯。おごってもらったこともオンに来ません。迷惑料です。
Honestly, well, you both did great. Thanks.
どういたしまして。やればできる女だからね、私。
So guys, what is up? How's life? Brother had been great at playing backup like this too. Hadn't Mizora inherited far more of his traits than I had? After the three of us left the restaurant, we ended up rehashing the discussion we had with Kido-san on our way home.
私やっぱりあの人嫌いだな。
Kido-san?
なんていうか親切なふりして下心丸出しのナンパ野郎に似てる。喋り方とか雰囲気とか。
I think you meant his ambience. The impression you have of a person from that alone isn't really enough to badmouth him. There was plenty about him that bothered me too, though.
ちょっとした言い間違いくらいスルーしてよ。ニアミスじゃん。そんなんだから僕一部以外にモテないんだよ。
My bad. A tiny niche. She must have met Chihaya, huh? Sorry I wasn't popular with the ladies.
まあジュンニーがモテまくってもそれはそれで複雑というか困るというかどうなのその辺って感じではあるけれど。
What's that
だ
supposed
って
to mean?
さこのままだとちーちゃんあの人と結婚するんでしょ。
So it seems, yeah. That's part of the reason I didn't want to assume the worst of him. If he was going to be Chihaya's husband, I hoped he would be someone respectable. Maybe those were just hollow hopes of mine?
でもジュンニーとちーちゃんもどうなってるのかわかんないし、じゃあジュンニーが他の誰かとラブラブになるのかっていうのもあんま想像できないし。
Oh, excuse me. Pardon you, Mizora. She didn't hold back with her digs. I'd love to know too, you know, what does Shihaya Ojo ultimately think of Junya Mizumoto?
ジュンニーみたいに慎重すぎて奥手っていうのもどうかとは思うけど気を使いすぎなんだよジュンニーは。だけど今日のキドッチにはジュンニーを見習え空気読めってイライラしちゃった。
Well, that wouldn't have been appropriate to say. I get it now. Mizora was frustrated about Kido-san's behavior. Wait, did that mean she was venting to me?
あの人ジュンニーやアズーンをわざと怒らせようとしてるのかと思ったもん。
Kido-san certainly hadn't acted like Azusa's reaction had been beyond his expectations. Don't tell me he had planned that. No, that was clearly reading into things too much. Me too? Not just Azusa? It sounded like Mizora said that, right? Hey, it would have been okay for me to be angry about Kido-san's remarks.
ジュンニー気づいてなかったの？鈍感すぎない？ジュンヤさん、おおらかなんだと思います。私も気になったというか、途中で心配になりました。
You too, Aino-chan? Hearing both of them tell me that did make the opinion I was dense more persuasive. Not an opinion if it's a fact. How specifically?
それはジュンヤさんをまた不快にさせてしまうかもですよ。
Aino-chan hesitated and was being mindful of her word choice. She wasn't the sort of person to speak poorly of others. Maybe she had noticed something as a neutral third party? It's fine, tell me. Don't hold back.
はい。あの方、自分は千早さんの婚約者なんだと、端々でことさら強調しているように感じてしまって。
Well, yes, is it true? Had that sounded to Aino-chan and Mizora like he was trying to assert his dominance.
他にもさ、何かと自分はちーちゃんと距離が近いんだぞーって自慢話みたいに語っちゃってさ。
I had sensed as much myself, but I had taken it as him explaining the difference in our position, or rather the status quo.
あげくアズンにまであれでしょ。もう頭きちゃう。
Though, as I guess an unfortunate accident wouldn't cover it. I wanted to believe that Kido-san had good intentions when he went to the effort to talk to us. As for how Asa must have felt for him to treat this like chit-chat at her own workplace. Somewhere she had no control and where it was predetermined how she would be treated. The second Kido-san began to talk, he could have stopped, or we could have taken the conversation elsewhere, huh? The fact I hadn't considered that or been able to immediately act on it was a sign of my own inexperience. Couldn't help but compare myself to my brother in these situations.
私たちの気にしすぎかもしれませんから、純也さんが責任を感じるようなことではないですよ。
Thank you. Felt lame for having these younger girls worry about me so much. There's no way I'd get anywhere by floundering around like this.
I know. どうせならこのままうちで夕飯食べてく？
I considered having some tea once we got home, but the subject quickly changed upon our arrival.
いいの？でもどうしよう。
Interesting. I was going to turn off my external drives, which were still connected, and I couldn't help notice that my backups have 2 extra 3 gigabytes compared to my normal drive, which means something is missing, and I don't know what, because I had just finished backing everything up. Hmm. Man, my breathing is fucked. Hamilton looked over at me diffidently. I gave her a cheerful nod. You don't need to worry so much, especially when Misora invited you. It's the least I can do to thank you for worrying about me, too.
そんなお礼をされるようなこと私は何も。巻き込んじゃったようなもんだしね。それに材料はあったはずだし、もうちょっと勉強見てほしいし、おしゃべりもしたいし。 。
Come on in. Hmm? But someone was running straight for us.
追いついた。
Oh, Azusa? That startled me. Why was Azusa here?
どうったのアズン。もうせっかく可愛いのにそんな髪も乱れたまんま。さ7とで
She was out of breath and had likely ran the whole way here. Unlike before, she was now wearing her street clothes and looked relatively disheveled.
たち余計なこと。
Uncalled for? Oh, are you talking about earlier? She really hadn't appreciated me stopping her and came here to complain again.
違う。あんたもだけどじゃなくて。あずささん、ひとまず落ち着いてお水飲んで息を整えた方が。そうそう、中入って水出すから。いらない。
Hey. Azusa staggered and swayed on her feet, and I managed to support her before she fell over. She was so light. Was she eating properly?
触るな、平気。
I told you, that's below 100 pounds.
いや、どう見ても平気じゃないし。順にそのまま中へ運び込んじゃって。
Yeah. I was a pathetic brother, but I had stamina to spare. What's more, Azusa was slender as I was, and she was rejecting me more weakly than usual. She made that spiteful sound and glared at me as I held her in my arms, but she looked pale, as if we could neglect her. As if we... What? Azusa could shoo me out or kick me later if she wanted, but I felt compelled to step in. Azusa gulped down the water Mizora poured and handed it to her, and that seemed to have helped her feel human again.
ごめん、お騒がせしました。いやいや、全然問題なし。てか、本当に大丈夫？お医者さん行く？もう平気だってば。ちょっとクラッとしただけだし。
Was it a case of anemia or of being short of breath? Thank goodness we didn't make any pit stops. Who knew what would have happened if the three of us hadn't come straight home? If Azusa had gone ahead and waited for us outside of the restaurant, she could have confronted us there. It would have been pretty scary, though.
もしかしてお店から私たちを追いかけてこられたんですか？うん、そう。一言言っておこうと思って。
It was about me then.
あんたじゃない。あんたもだけど。
The only ones here aside from me were.
私たちですよね。え、私なんかした？
Absolutely. I snuck that jab in there. I know Chun seemed to have surmised as much and looked like she'd resigned herself. But Mizora sincerely didn't seem to understand.
店長に聞いた。私が騒いだ件で口添えしてくれた若い女の子が2人いたって。ああ。って口止めしたのに店長さん。やっぱり担当したテーブル席の学生さんだろうって店長も言ってたけど。
You'd figure them out, huh? Who would have thought she'd piece together that they had stuck up for her this quickly? I mean, he told her, what is there to piece together?
余計なことしなくてもよかったのに。だけどおかげでクビになったりはしなさそうだから、それを 一応伝えておこうと思って。
Well, it was that manager after all. He seemed to care about Azusa's well-being, and it's possible he understood what had happened today as well.
あ、そっかそっか。それなら一安心。そうだね。あずささん、すみませんでした。出過ぎた真似をしてしまって。別にいい。どうだ。
What's going on? She suddenly got tongue-tied.
店長からいい友達がいるねなんて誤解されてたから、次に店に来た時迷惑になるといけないと思って。迷惑なんてないよ。アズンの友達認定されたの超嬉しいし。むしろ私たちの言動であずささんにご迷惑をおかけしないよう気をつけないと。友達になった覚えないんだけど。
Actually, I really wish she would accept it already. If it were these two, then I could easily recommend them to Azusa. Was that why you ran all the way here?
別に急がなくてもよかったんだけど、今日はもともと夕方までのシフトだったし、店長が早く上がっていいって言ってくれたから。
Which was when she immediately got changed and came all the way here then.
そこ何察したような顔してんの？ニヤニヤするの
Okay. It felt like she was venting, but it was fine. I hope these three got along well in the future.
大体なんであんな場所で私のこと話してたのよ。
Well, it was originally about Chihaya. Kido-san was filling us in on a few things. Come to think of it, was it okay to tell her about this? Maybe I should have checked with Kido-san first. Who cares?
何かまだ私に隠し事。
He said with a glare, and I couldn't help but feel guilty for keeping it to myself. For now, maybe I should tell her at my own discretion. It was odd for the information to come from us, but it's possible Azusa knew something as well. This will come across as an odd question, but did anything about Chihaya's family's old estate catch your attention at all? The treasure thing? It's a fucking lie!
何それ。
The look she gave me and the tone of her voice grew increasingly precarious. She had just collapsed the last time we were there, after all. There was no way she wouldn't be intrigued. I'm sure parts of this will make you uncomfortable, so I'm sorry, but I continued being mindful of my demeanor to avoid coming across as pretentious. We heard from Kido-san that there might be some inheritance hidden at the old estate, that you were its beneficiary.
はあ？何それ？いきなりどういうこと？
Azusa's forehead scrunched up as she fell into thought, still looking both surprised and uncomfortable. I'm not sure yet. I'm honestly fairly skeptical, but Kido-san acted awfully confident about it and suggested I search for it.
なんであんたに？あ、工事するからか。
Exactly. It would mean continuing the renovation without Chihaya's approval, but Kido-san had given tacit permission, or what felt more like eager encouragement.
当てにならない話。
Not only did Azusa not believe it, she seemed distrustful.
あってもなくてもどっちでもいいけど、私は何も知らない。
Let's see. If there were, Chihaya might not need to push herself to do this. But those are purely our own circumstances, not something Azusa was responsible for.
それ、見つけてどうするの？
I wasn't sure whether I should bring up the news about Chihaya too, but Azusa's brows raised and she seemed to have gotten the wrong idea.
あの 木戸って人が懐に収めるとか、あんたと山分けするとか、そういう話？
I wouldn't do anything like that.
本当におじいさんの遺産があるなら、私には不要でも勝手にされたくはないんだけど。
No, not only did she reject the idea, her eyes were icy. Yuzura and Aino-chan looked troubled too. Huh. If you no longer need any support, Chihaya would have no reason to obey Ojo-san's orders anymore, that's all. Following that confession, Azusa briefly fell silent, and she was clearly having trouble figuring out the meaning behind what I had just said.
私の身代わりになんであの人がなるのよ。
What Azusa said was blunt, but I could see how mortified she was. I had to guess it was probably toward her own inadequacies. Frustration at her lack of ability to change her own environment, maybe?
私が貧乏だから？それとも存在そのものが誰かに迷惑をかけ続けるってこと？
Azusa practically spat those words out, almost like they had left her mouth before she could even think. Just like when I had stopped her back at Risa. I never thought you were a nuisance. I'm sure Chihaya doesn't either. That was why Chihaya had accepted Oja-san's conditions. It was the one point I was actually confident in. Chihaya was freaked out and dragged you into this without asking first. It's reasonable for you to think of it that way, but...
ありがた迷惑。
Azusa interrupted me, then shook her head.
そう言いたいところだけど、お店でも言われたから。あの人の気持ちだけはありがたくもらっておく。気持ちだけね。
Yeah, I wish you would tell her that yourself. That only held more true if she was being obedient for the reasons as we picture them. Even better if she would add on, nobody wants you to sacrifice yourself. Don't push yourself.
どうして伝えないんですか？
Aino-chan?
変ですよ、純也さん。さっきからまるで。
Made it sound like I would never see her again. I imagined that was what Aino-chan had been about to say, but then internally denied it. I was sure I would see Chihaya again, at least. That's what I wanted to believe.
ルサックでもそんな話になっていたので驚いたんですけど。
Oh, I saw now. Aino-chan didn't know what sort of situation Chihaya was currently in. Only going by what Kido-san said earlier must have been a huge surprise for her.
アイナにはまだ言ってなかったんだっけ？リノベーション中止の件とか。中止？でもさっき純也さんは。
Yeah, I was still struggling. I wasn't about to let it stay cancelled. And I had been preparing to pick it back up with permission. Well, yeah, there's a lot of complicated gears in motion. Chihaya can't currently leave her house, we can't get in touch with her either. We briefly filled her in on the situation, only for Aino-chan to gasp in shock.
それはさっきの話に出ていたご家庭の事情でですか？
Yeah, that's right.
でもやっぱりそれなら余計に千早さんに直接伝えるべきだと思います。絶対。
Aino-chan, I agree with you, but... Aino-chan fell silent, her expression slowly warping with unwavering determination. When she looked to me, only to speak up once more.
お互いの気持ちまで伝聞で済ませてはいけないと思うんです。
Up in the air.
はい。さっきお話を伺っていてずっと違和感があったんです。純也さんと千早さんに関わることなのに他の人が全部説明してるって。あずささんのこともです。大切な思いなのに千早さん本人だけがいないなんて。顔も見ず直接やり取りもせずすぐそこに住んでいるのも分かってるのに。私はもし
もしも私が純也さんや千早さんの立場だったら、このままじゃ嫌だなってそう思います。
愛の
Mizora called Aino-chan's name out like she wanted to say something. All Aino-chan did in response was to give Mizora an ambiguous nod.
確かに本人のいないところで文句を言っても意味ないかも。
Next, Azusa set down her empty glass and stood up, as if to suggest she'd rested for long enough.
そもそも私のためにって言うなら、まず私に話を通してほしいし、それをしないで姿も見せないで勝手に動いてるから面白くない。
From Azusa's perspective, that made sense. She was being left out of the loop, even though she was affected by this
だから
personally.
できれば直接問いただして文句を言い直してやりたいんだけど、本当に会えないの？
Good question. She couldn't come out to us, nor could we contact her directly, which meant
よし、もうさ、二人して押しかけなよ、ちーちゃんのとこにさ。
oh damn. Hmm. Mizora instigated us, sounding like she'd come to some kind of plan.
押しかけるってあの人の家？
うん、だってちーちゃんうちにこもってるんでしょ。
She should be.
だったらあれもこれもはっきりさせてすっきりするにはちょうどいいんじゃん。もう行くしかないっしょ。
Everything's out in the open. Everything out in the open, huh? Such as everything related to the old estate, to Asusa, and to me. I wouldn't be having such a hard time if that were possible. Saying that is just me looking for an excuse at this point, isn't it? Mizora, Azusa, and Aino-chan had looked disheartened for a moment by what I had been about to say, but then their eyes went wide. I would have preferred to be more cautious with this, but I guess that's not going to fly anymore. I might have been more willing to wait if this were an issue between just Chihaya and I, even if it took years. However, several people had been dragged into this mess over the last few days, and it was only becoming messier as time went on. More than anything, I wanted to talk to her too. Not just about the renovation. I wanted to meet face to face and talk to her directly. She would often go out of her way to stop by even without me asking her to. Even when she wasn't here, we were still subject to her whims. No, I guess that was wrong. I was an emotional wreck without her, and I desperately wanted to see her face. I hesitated and remained cautious because I wanted our reunion to be full of smiles, but I think I would look back fondly on the days Or Chihaya would drop in and announce even if I didn't ask her to.
当たり前だと思っていたものほどなくして初めてその大切さに気づくってだけでしょ。よくある話じゃない。
Common, huh? Hearing that from Azusa, someone who had experienced much loss in her life, was quite heavy. I'd imagine the common story Azusa mentioned was a nod to my brother.
いやでもまさかね、私もね、順兄の方がちーちゃんにストーカーしないといけない日が来るとは思いもしなかった。
That's clearly not what this is. Hey Hinata, here they are. Your followers know about our relationship, and yet they are still eager to make me out to be a criminal.
純也さんはただ千早さんが心配なだけですよね。そういうところさすがだと思います。
愛のあんたってばけなげだね。いい子だね。ほんともうラブラブラブチーだ
わ。私は純也さんを信じてるだけだから。うん。
I had no idea what Chihaya saw in me. She would always follow me around when we were kids, too. For me to wind up the one chasing after her, it was like Misara said. I couldn't have imagined that until only recently. I see. We swapped places at some point. This is going to leave a bad taste in my mouth unless we get our relationship back to the way it was.
そうと決まれば具体的にどう乗り込むかなんですが、私に一つ提案があります。
What did you have in mind? Misara had been awfully energetic today. Wasn't she too high-strung?
いつもみたいに訪ねて行っても門前払いってやつ？会えないんでしょ？
Probably. It was entirely likely we would be turned away by either a maid or Ojo-san himself.
だったら一丁変装とかしていけばいいと思うのよね、私。
Disguise.
ドラマとかでよくあるじゃん。宅配業者さんとか水道屋さんとかガス屋さんとかに変装して忍び込むやつ。
That doesn't seem smart. What dramas are you watching? Or those even still a thing these days? Maybe she got hooked on those old detective dramas you could find online.
なんなら私が服からメイクまで見立ててあげるからさ、ウィッグも使って性別も変えちゃおう。
Wait a second. What are you trying to disguise me as? Besides, she specialized in the more trendy makeup styles. Azusa must have been fed up with our sibling comedy act and, unusually enough, willingly talked to Aino-chan herself.
ねえ、この兄弟っていつもこんななの？みそらちゃんは場の空気を明るくする天才なので、純也さんは純也さんで、そんなみそらちゃんをおおらかに受け止めてくれる度量のある方ですし。なるほど。要するにあいつが弱腰で尻に敷かれるタイプなのね。
I can hear you loud and clear.
この際だからあずっちもメイクする道具あるよ。
いらない。てかあずっちって何？
あ アズーンだけじゃなんだからアレンジを聞かせました。他にもあるよ。アズニャンとかアズタンとかアズミンとかアズールとか。
I knew Azunian is something unavoidable.
メイクも含めて全部却下。
Agreed. Still though, that was right. We probably wouldn't get to see her if we went there as is. Did we have no choice but to sneak in and force ourselves into her bedroom?
こんばんは。お、皆さんお揃いで何盛り上がっていたんですか？
Shunyu? What was with her timing? She was a dependable person, but I had a bad feeling about this given the current topic at hand.
いらっしゃいませ、チュンユーさん。ねえねえねえ、聞いて聞いて聞いて。あのね、これまで追いかけられるばかりだったジュン兄がとうとう自分からちーちゃん家へ玉砕しに行くって。
Quit assuming it's going to be a bad ending.
玉砕？ジュンヤ、討ち死になんですか？
Were you even suggesting, Shunyu? Was everyone expecting me to be rejected by Chihaya? Thank you.
単にあの人に文句を言いに行きたいだけなのに。何があったか知りませんけど、みんなして千早ん家に突撃するんです。
That's wrong and not at the same time. Calling in an attack was also unsettling.
でも千早のお宅って政治家さんですよね。
Yeah, why? The home itself was impressive and had a lot of size to match. Ordinarily, Chihaya would be a rich girl without a single want in the world.
そんなお宅ならセキュリティはしっかりしているんじゃないですか？そのあたりは大丈夫なんですか？確認しましたか？
She had a point. We were already facing an obstacle before we even had a chance to sneak in.
セキュリティって警備員さんとか怖そうなワンちゃんとかですか？
なかなか古風な連想ですね。確かにおじいさまの家にはそういう人やワンちゃんもいっぱいいますよ。
いるんですか？しかもいっぱい。
That was the thing. Well, I'd expect nothing less from the sort of wealthy family associated with the Ojos.
で
Scary.
も今はデジタル化、AI 化の時代ですからね。大半は機械に置き換えられているんですよ。例えば自律型のドローンとかね。ドローンって空をビュンビュン飛ぶやつだっけ？
She wasn't wrong, but yeah, security drones weren't something you would normally run into in real life.
日本でも地位のある人のお屋敷なら監視カメラや対人センサーくらいは張り巡らされているんじゃありませんか？違います？ああ、それならわかる。ジンくんが前どっかのお宅に行って仕事中に引っかかって大騒ぎになったって。
Yeah, that did happen. It was kind of a large mansion, and the client had carelessly forgotten to disable the security system while we were on the job. The whole neighborhood got involved, and we were one step away from being reported.
つまり何？押しかけても会えないし忍び込むなんて考えるだけ無駄ってこと？
What is this? How did I get this as an email? That might be the case.
バカみたい。そんな考えてみれば当たり前のことに気づかないなんて。
Very true. I didn't even have the words to describe it.
だからそこで変装なんじゃん。
却下。
Oh, I normally had Chihaya or Hinata with me, so I guess that's why we could waltz right in. Maybe I could have Hinata check on that side of things for us?
順にスマホなんか出して何してんの？ネットで検索？
I'll try asking Hinata. She might know about their security system.
あ、そっか。 持つべきものはもう一人の幼なじみってやつだね。
I've been relying on her a lot. That very same Minata had urged me to make a move already too. Sorry, that looked like exactly what was about to happen.
なるほど。伊勢さんはさしずめディープスロートというところなんですね。ディープなんです？ディープスロート聞いたことありませんか？アメリカの政治史における有名な事件から生まれた言葉なんですよ。あ、そういうのなの。なんかめっちゃエッチいやつかと思って一瞬ドキドキしちゃった。
Hey, little sister, you got your brother over here worried about your morality.
チーのは知りませんけど、これは敵対陣営の内通者。簡単に言えばスパイという意味ですね。ひなちんスパイなんだ。かっこいいかも。
Do you know what security at the Ojo estate is like? I ignored the conversation that would likely make Hinata scrunch up her nose if she heard it, and finished typing out my message over a chuckle. Oh. She had apparently been looking at her phone as my message was immediately marked as read, and a reply came in soon after. I have no idea what you're scheming, but it's pointless to even worry about. I don't know about all their systems either, but they are not so cheap. An amateur could take them on. This is the Ojo family you are dealing with, after all. Figured as much. Considering their family had been politicians and local celebrities for generations, there's no way they wouldn't want to protect their personal safety, not to mention they probably had tons of property and would be an asshole to replace if stolen. Which means thinking this through isn't going to get us anywhere.
その通りだけど、諦めるの？
No. There's no point thinking about it, then let's just do it instead. If my brother were here, he wouldn't have clammed up and freaked out over not having a plan. Nothing will change if we stand around here talking about it. Wouldn't going to her house, even if it's just for preliminary investigation, be the better option? Preliminary inspections were a normal part of my duties as a handyman, so this was largely the same thing, right? I'd been to Chiaya's house a number of times growing up, but there was a chance I'd find something new if I took another look around the place. Just throw rocks at her window. If it's facing the street, of course. If it's not, well... bad plan. Hey, I tried. Oh. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. We'll march in if a chance presents itself. Keeping an eye on the place every single day to look for an opening would make us stalkers, though. We might be afforded an opportunity if we sat around and quietly stalked out the place, but we would have to be really lucky to pull something like that off. There's no way Ojo-san's place would suddenly dismiss their security. Detail come tomorrow, right?
つまり善は急げ、思い立ったが吉日、やっぱり当たって砕けろですか？結局玉砕するんじゃない。
Sorry. Thank you, sorry. Sorry, thank you. Spare me from that last part. Anyway, I've been dragging my feet for too long and I'm getting a late start. If we're going to do this, then I want to do it as soon as possible. Hiro-san's lead increased with each passing day, and some part of me couldn't help the sense of panic rising up within me.
まあ、その気になったのなら何でもいいけど。
You know, Nika was over today, and when she left, we were talking for a little bit outside, and it was way colder, obviously. I might have gotten sick there. Or maybe it was Nika.
Fiance がコソコソ動き回ってるみたいだからね。順兄にはむしろここから逆転するぐらいの勢いが欲しい。
We can just blame her. She is a well of disease. Every time we go outside, I swear. Yeah. It's true. It's true. It felt like she had seen right through me.
さすがです、純也さん。勢いのあるうちに物事を推し進めてしまうんですね。
Thank you. You're my only ally, Aino-chan.
いや、私も応援するって。なんか面白くなってきたし、どうせなら私も行きたい。面白いってだけでついてこないで。
Exactly. You're staying at home.
なんで？変装でも何でもするのに。
I do. That's enough. I want to avoid standing out and potentially causing a scene. It would only complicate things more if rumors started circulating around the Ojo family's neighborhood. The last thing we needed was for the family to reinforce their security and make it that much harder for me to see Chihaya. I want to avoid getting the cops involved as much as possible, but I won't be able to justify it to Dad or otherwise if you or Aino-chan get arrested.
私もですか。
Yeah, sorry, but stay with Misara. I didn't want to get two underage students involved and had them stay put for that reason alone.
理不尽だ。年上の立場を利用したハラスメントだ。アニスメントだ。
Quit coming up with weird new words.
大人の時間というやつね。大丈夫。二人の代わりにうちが見届けてくるよ。
You're coming with us, Shunyu?
骨は拾ってあげます。それに。
Shunyu got a little closer and whispered into my ear.
いざとなれば家の名を使えますよ。うちがいればね。
Even if Chihaya wouldn't see me, she might open the door if it were for Chunyu, huh? If things happened to go south, then Chunyu was willing to use the Huang family name as leverage. Whatever bad feelings I had about Chunyu were now gone, and I gained a powerful ally. Bad feelings? I had no bad feelings about her. I love her. She's the one I would pick as a waifu if I wasn't following the guide. Even so, I wanted to avoid causing her any unnecessary grief. Alright, remember, all we're doing is getting a good look at the area, okay?
了解ね。
Every time I mute the microphone to blow my nose, they stop talking. It's incredible. Will this really be alright? As far as Shunyu was concerned, she was mostly accompanying us as an insurance policy in case of an emergency. So that's roughly how things are looking. Azusa, are you okay with that?
いいけど、なんでも。行くだけ行く。あんたたち、見張っておかないと、裏で何を勝手にするか分かったもんじゃないし。
Was she being cautious of both Chihaya and me? Reasonable enough considering what had happened this afternoon.
みんなずるい。なんか納得いかない。けど。
Yeah, Bubble Boy is a is a thing in the Seinfeld too.
順にすぐに出るの？
Yeah, that's the plan.
じゃあ夕飯にまたお好み焼き作って待ってるからちゃんと帰ってくること。
Oh. It's not savory pancakes. I just heard it. It's okonomiyaki. Okonomiyaki with cabbage. Yeah. Okay. The jelly donuts of this game. Look, I'm not gonna be facetious and tell you that it doesn't look like holy shit. That doesn't look like like a pancake. I guess I can't link you. Because too many characters, really, on a default Google search. If you want to look it up. I just heard her say it. So I realized what they meant. Like, does it look like a pancake? Oh, kinda. I can see why you would translate it like this. If you wrote okonomiyaki, I still think most people playing the game would be like, what? Or maybe half an elf. This is clearly a game for weebs. Technically it is a pancake? Yeah. So, translating this as savory pancake, I guess it's fine. By the way, that looks insanely good, right? It's weird they don't call it okonomiyaki. Would you know what it was if they called it that? I have to look it up. I'm sure there is food in Yakuza. There's food items in Yakuza called okonomiyaki without translating it. Or at least I'm willing to bet that there is. I don't remember. Only seen it in Yakuza? Yeah, I think so. She had made yet another massive compromise for me. I guess this was one thing Mizora couldn't back down on. Got it. I'll be back. Unlike her, I was used to visiting Chihaya's place. Well, I don't see any security cameras, but that looks like a fucking castle. But at least we can climb. Oh, no, there is a security camera. I do see it. The round ones. I was gonna say, does she live in a forest? But that wall on the side has stairs that you can climb through. Let's just say if I was playing Tenshu, I wouldn't have a problem climbing this one. No hook needed. This almost feels like standing before Amano Iwato, huh?
日本神話ですね。確か太陽の神様が隠れた場所。
Yeah, so no. Shunyu happened to tag along, and we gave her a rundown of the situation along the way. It was clear we had piqued her interest when she said, "I'll definitely keep an eye out." Well, at least she was concerned for Chihaya.
なるほど。純也にとって千早はまさしく太陽のような存在というわけですか。
I didn't think what I told you was all that deep. I felt an incredible pressure from the house and gates looming over us. We hadn't come here to hang out. At least that's what I assumed. Hmm.
改めて見てみると、外には誰も立っていないですね。
It would be bad for us if there were. I don't recall ever seeing a guard dog roaming around or anything either.
さすがは幼なじみ。何度も通っているので、そのぐらいは知っているというところですか。
Not much, huh? The only catch was I had never consciously looked for security cameras, sensors, or the like before. I had no idea what sort of setup they had.
それで、どうします？インターフォンを鳴らしてみますか？それとも試しに、そのあたりの適当な塀をよじ登ってみます？
But those the two choices? This may have been a preliminary investigation, but we wouldn't figure anything out just by watching. She was probably of the mindset that we could make a few small moves as a test and gauge their reaction.
千早さんに対して文句を言うだけなら、外から彼女の部屋に向けて大声で叫ぶという手もありますけど。
That would disturb the neighbors.
なら、
Who cares?
彼女が出てくるまで張り込みますか？アンパンと牛乳を買ってくるのが日本の作法だと学びましたよ。
This isn't some old-timey detective drama. I'm surprised you even know about material that old. First Mizora, now Chunyo. Were revivals of old shows and movies all the rage these
待
days?
ち伏せなんてますますストーカーみたい。
Give me a break. Then again, the way this was playing out, it was as if we had come here to check out and rule out a bunch of our options.
本気で忍び込むつもりなら日を改めた方がいいですね。今夜は月明かりがありますから。できれば月の出ていない夜、時間帯もさらに深夜がおすすめです。見つかる確率が多少なりとも減りますよ。
Why do you know so much about this?
企業秘密です。
That's something that never comes up in video games, is it? I guess it would be very inappropriate. Not inappropriate. I mean, like, unfun. Like, imagine you wanted to sneak into a place, and you should wait for the new moon, and it was easier, and it would be harder on a full moon. But that wouldn't mean not a day and night cycle, but a full month cycle. Yeah, that does sound overly complicated. Wang Hu Ko was terrifying.
もう今日じゃなくてもいいけど。
Maybe Azusa should go talk to Chihaya directly then. It would certainly be a lower hurdle to clear than trying to request a meeting with her. But it would be difficult to gauge their reactions if Azusa went in alone. Now that Tadayasu-san had agreed to Azusa joining the family, there was a possibility he wouldn't let her leave. Oh crap, the door was opening and someone was coming out. Hide!
おや純也くんじゃないか。
Oh. Hiro-san. We've been caught red-handed and it was by this guy.
よくよく見れば、さとみさんまで。こんばんは。
Azusa sure didn't look all that happy about this.
ひょっとして、昼間の件でまさか、先生のところにまで講義に来た、とか
Oh no, that wasn't my intention. I couldn't exactly tell him that I was here to figure out a way to sneak in and see Chihaya. No, wait a second. Hiro-san, is Chihaya home? I asked bluntly, earning confused looks from Azusa and Shunyu from off to the side. Hiro-san had a similar reaction. What was this, scorn? No, I didn't recall asking anything that would cause him to strike that sort of attitude. It had gotten dark enough out that it was difficult to gauge his expression.
いらっしゃるよ。というか、今日もどこへも出かけられていないはずさ。
Again, huh?
彼女に取り次いであげてもいいんだが。
Thank you very much, but I'm sure a frontal attack like that would just get us turned away.
正攻法
Hiro-san repeated that, thought about it for a moment, then smiled broadly.
まさか無理やり彼女に会うため、強引に押し通ろうとしていたわけじゃないよね。
I'm sure that would have caused a scene if we tried. I said only that, then intentionally went quiet. How would Kiro-san take that?
まさか、本気かい
I deliberately didn't answer that question. It was a momentary whim, but I narrowed my brows and stared intently at the house.
こいつは驚いた。君がそんな行動力のある男だったとは。見直したよ。
I couldn't help but wonder what sort of impression he had of me before.
若いね。都市空間でなんとかなるほど、北条家は甘くないよ。無断で立ち入れば、途端に警報が鳴って警備員がすっ飛んでくる契約になっているんだ。
Figures. They really did have a security team on their payroll. Well, now we knew. I wondered if he would leak information to persuade me otherwise, as long as I gave off the impression I might genuinely try something. and it went exactly as I had hoped. This was going smoothly. If I didn't back down and played my cards right, then maybe he would continue sharing information and I could act as an intermediary between Asusa and Chihaya.
が、僕がいたのは幸運だね。
Huh?
僕は立場上、ここへの出入りを自由にさせてもらっているからね。
Did it sound like he was implicitly saying, unlike you, due to the distrust Misara and Aino-chan had mentioned having for Kiro-san? Coming here and gathering intel on what Kiro-san was trying to accomplish was what mattered most right now.
彼女を元気づけたいという気持ちは、君と同じつもりだよ。だから。
Kiro-san made a show of taking a keycard out of his breast pocket and he stuck the card into the reader installed outside of the gate he had just walked through.
今の操作、セキュリティを解除しましたか？
Huh? Maybe Chunyu was familiar with security systems like these. If what she said was correct, then Kiro-san's goal here was...
ええ。後で問いただされても、僕が忘れ物を取りに戻ったとでも言えばごまかしは効くでしょう。
Kiro-san?
今なら先生もいらっしゃらないからね。チャンスじゃないか。
He's going to let us through? I was positively floored as Kiro-san blatantly tucked his keycard away. To be honest, I never expected this sort of response. Yeah, this is very surprising.
まっすぐ普段通りに母屋まで向かえば警報は鳴らないはずさ。あとはまあ君なら買って知ったるなんとやらだろう。
The way to Chihaya's room was a path I had frequented, second only to my own home, once I was actually inside the manor. It would take no time at all as long as nobody spotted us.
さあどうする？ここのセキュリティが解除されているのはあと数十秒ぐらいだったはずだよ。ただし君たちが屋内で誰かに見つかっても僕は知らないよ。僕が手を貸したなんて告げ口されても困る。何より千早さんが会ってくれるかどうかは彼女次第だ。それでも行くかい？
I understand. Kiro-san practically said go right ahead and clear the path for me. There was no way I could turn back now. Huh? It did feel like I was playing right into his hands, and I couldn't help wonder if he was going to cut off my means of escape. Regardless, I needed to thank him, go inside and find Chihaya. Azusa, what do you want to do?
行く。
Azusa said as she stepped forward. Then I turned to Chunyu to give her a heads up. Alright, Chunyu, we'll be back.
あら、別れの挨拶だなんて、うちはここで置いてけぼりですか？
You're supposed to deal with the aftermath, aren't you? Those are the kinds of people who stay behind.
それは一本取られましたね。うかつな発言でした。
Chunyu shrugged her shoulders and I gave her a slightly serious look. I didn't want her to heedlessly use her family's name because of us, thereby causing a feud between the Yojo and Wong families. Additionally, in the unlikely event something did happen to us, then at least I knew she would be safe. Or not, or she stays outside alone and she's dead. After all, for all I knew, we could very well be diving headfirst into a trap.
オッケー。うち、危ない橋は渡らない主義ですしね。
Had my intentions gotten across to her? It was difficult to say this was reassuring, but I had played every hand I currently had at my disposal. Shall we, Azusa? I spurred my companion on and took the first step into what was effectively enemy territory.
では僕はここで。
あなた、親切なんですね。何が狙いなんですか？
狙い。あて、何のことでしょう。僕の知らぬ間に誰かが横をすり抜けていったとしても、僕には関わりのないことですよ。それとも、人ではなく野良猫。ああ、状況的には泥棒猫かもしれませんね。
Hey Yuki, how are you?
よくもおっしゃる。
では、今度こそ失礼。僕もそれなりに忙しい身なので。
あれは自分を賢いと思っているフーリーね。
Just woke up.
それで、あの人の部屋はどっち？
What time is it on the Philippines right now? It's this way. If what Kido-san said was true, then Ojo-san was not on the premises. I hurried along, careful to avoid any maids or otherwise.
本当に迷いなく進むのね。
We, Hinata included, used to run through this house all the time as kids. You okay? I'm feeling awful today. I'm sick. If you see me disappear, I'm probably blowing my nose off screen. I had the memories of being scolded to go with it. It was like a backyard to me.
同じ場所でも抱く印象が随分違う。
Huh?
私にとっては憎らしい場所でも、別の誰かにとっては大切な思い出。そんなこと考えもしなかった。それだけ。
To us, said this house belonged to the person who abandoned her. But to Chihaya, this was the same home she was born and raised in. As for me, I largely had happy memories of this place.
だからそれだけのことだってば、気にしないでいいって。
9:43. Damn. I haven't been awake at 9:43 in a while. Why was she apologizing? Did I have a strange look on my face? It was only natural that this would draw out painful memories for Azusa. She had gone through a lot, and there was no need for her to try and be on the same wavelength as me or Chihaya. I just hoped Azusa had someplace special that held happy memories for her too. Yeah, the orphanage. It would be wonderful if I could casually tell her she'd find something like that in the future if she didn't already have one. Well, you know, maybe you can make new memories with everyone else.
一緒に？無理でしょ。
That's, it's now. It's happening now. Man, any contact with the outside world and I'm immediately sick. She rejected the idea outright.
それ、遊びに行くとか、同じ
Thank you. I should be okay tomorrow,
そういう意味
I
でし
hope.
ょ。ありえない。
I bet. Azusa rejected the idea of being taken in by the Ojo family. The concept of living together with Chihaya, like she had when they were little, might have been a dream within a dream. Chihaya's room is right over there. Chihaya, are you here? Alright, she was there. Man, though, what was this? All it took was to hear her voice to make my heart instantly pound. Was I really such an innocent young man? We're coming in. I preemptively opened the door to gloss over my embarrassment.
いきなり何って、純也？
I found her. Finally got to see Chihaya. A lot had happened to reach this point, and there was so much I wanted to say and ask her. Azusa had her fair share of complaints as well, or so I'd assumed. That was how it was meant to be. In spite of that, everything I wanted to say to her vanished into thin air, and my mind went blank the moment I saw her face. Then came the nostalgia, the irritation, the bewilderment, the sense of camaraderie, and maybe also attachment? Whatever the case, so many emotions welled up in me at once that I was left speechless.
やだ、困る。
Huh? But Chihaya was just as baffled. It was only natural. We may have been childhood friends, but I had still barged my way into her bedroom without any appointment or otherwise. I'd imagine this was awkward for her.
こんな形で純也と会うなんて、来てくれるなんて、想像もしてなかったから。
Run into me? You didn't exactly run into me, you were just hanging out in your bedroom.
メイクも何もしてないんだから、あんまり見ないで。
It's a little late for that, that's what you worry about first? We had known each other since before she knew what makeup was, and I was used to seeing her bare, natural face.
気にする。純也の前ではいつだって完璧な自分でいたいの。乙女心を察して。
Yeah, I guess that didn't matter right now. Anyway, this had me convinced she was still her regular self. Things seemed a bit different from what I heard from Hinata and Kiro-san, and I couldn't really tell of them... Really tell? Which one of them had been more accurate?
まったくもう油断してた。私の部屋まで突然なんて何をもう。
Now that she was in front of me. Even though I believed in her, seeing her face to face like this helped wash away all my anxieties. You call this face to face? She's facing the other way. As happy as I was to see her, this wasn't the time for smiles or grins.
二人して甘ったるい雰囲気を醸し出してるところ悪いんだけど、状況を考えて。
Yeah, that's right. Thank goodness Azusa was here. Her presence of mind saved us.
ごめんなさい。それにしても、どうしてあなたまでここに。純也が彼女を案内してきたの？でも、一体どうやって。
Sorry, but we came in without permission. I didn't think I was allowed to see you, no matter how much time we had passed.
それは、お父様の言いつけだから。
Well, fuck him. Yeah, the thing is, I was outside for like 5 minutes today. Then I came inside, and I laid on the couch and had my heater on, because I took a nap. So, did I get sick because I went outside? Did I get sick because of the heater? Was the mix of both? I don't know. If I take something, I think I'll be fine tomorrow. Even my throat is a little fucked. Are you familiar with Seinfeld, Yuki? The comedy show. We were joking about how I am the bubble boy. That was what it ultimately boiled down to, yes.
用もないのに来たりしない。
Kazusa replied quickly before looking toward me, as if asking if it was okay to continue. You're not? Okay. Well, if you like comedy shows, I definitely recommend it. Seinfeld is great. Probably the greatest. When I silently nodded back, she gave me a nod of her own and stepped closer to Chihaya. Yeah, it's normal, Ruben. I think what's a comedy staple for us might not be for someone younger, right? Even if it's always repeating on TV, you might just look at it and be like, "Oh, it's an old show." Yeah, it's an old show, exactly. Like I like watching old shit, but I know not everyone can stomach older things, especially in comedy, because it's usually contemporary, and the further back you go, the harder it is to relate to some things. I still love it, but yeah, I understand. I understand if you're casually interested in things. Before you are convinced to watch, you're like, what's the point? So your favorite kind of show is comedy? Yeah, no problem. I'm a big fan of Seinfeld. No need to apologize, though. I mean, we can't watch everything that exists out there, and every day more shows come out that we're like inundated with different things. When I silently nodded back, she gave me a nod of her own and stepped closer to Chihaya.
なんか私を引き取るとか支援するとかそんな話が出てるって聞いたんだけど本当？それはだってあなたには正当な権利があるから。あなたはお父様の娘で北条家の一人なんだから。お金も家も自由にできて当然なの。私はそんなの望んでない。頼んでもいない。でもそれじゃああなたがあまりにも。知ってる？かわいそうだからとか不憫だからとかいう理由で相手に恵む行為をなんて呼ぶか。上から目線っていうの。
That was the breaking point? The breaking point. You were at the breaking point? Started watching the series. I think comedy series helped me have a better mood. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. I absolutely agree with that. If you are feeling down, watching a comedy show, you're going to be like, maybe at the start it's not going to click as much, but you are surrounding yourself with laughter and funny things and good vibes, and that's just going to make your life better little by little. I completely agree. Like if you are sad, watching a comedy will always make it better. And honestly, TV shows often are too long, I think. But it doesn't matter for comedy. Because there isn't a clear narrative that we are following, and that starts to feel super stretched. You're just having fun in the moment. At least most comedy shows are just having fun in the moment. So it's fine if it's a long show. It doesn't take away from the story, because the story is just secondary. It's not like watching Mad Men or Game of Thrones and thinking, oh, well, they're butchering this, or this is taking too long, or no, or taking too little in the case of the final seasons. You ever watched the Community, Ruben? That was brutal. It was maybe more than usual.
私たちはむしろあなたに許しを請わなければならない立場だから。それで認知するとか金を出すとかそういう考えが自己満足だって言ってるの。私に断りもなく勝手に決めないで、私の意思を無視しないで放っておいて。私の望みは以上。分かった？
No. If you ever feel like watching a new comedy, I definitely recommend Community. It is insane how good that is. And it's so original. Like, episodes are so original. And sometimes they are directed so well. Because some episodes are directed by Anthony and Joe Russo, who did like Captain America, The Winter Soldier, and Civil War and Avengers, Endgame and Infinity War. And you can tell you're watching a comedy show and everything is working. Direction, acting, the jokes are funny and they land. Almost every single thing lands. So good, so good. Community is incredible. The last season does feel like it's going off rails a bit because some actors left, but incredible show.
それでここからはこいつも関わってくる話だけど。
Watching new season of What We Do in the Shadows? Okay. You like it? I only watched the movie and I was like, me?
私におせっかいを焼くためにあんたが父親の言いなりになったって。それも本当？どうして？
We need to start a movement for protagonists to speak. Like, if the video game is voiced, voice the fucking protagonist. Unless he's a complete mute, which should never happen. Mute protagonists are the worst. A protagonist that speaks but is not voiced is stupid. Voice the fucking protagonist. No more mutes. She was speechless. Did that mean it was the truth? Chihaya. Oh, David, watch out, you're gonna get banned for being ableist. Ableist. I'm definitely ableist. Unless the character is mute. Like, but not... mute as a person, not just, oh, we're pretending he spoke. It's almost as bad as when you put the blind tag in your titles. Yeah. This is a stream for blind people only. I was grateful that Azusa had asked, but I really wasn't sure how to handle this. How's it going, Melty? Imagine your Persona 6 protagonist has a voice? I hope so! He better have a voice. Doesn't the protagonist speak in Metaphor Re Fantasio? He uses a skill, he says metaphor. Persona.
自己犠牲に酔ってる？悲劇のヒロインにでもなったつもり？私のためなんて理由なら今すぐそれもやめて。自己陶酔の口実に使われるなんて気分悪い。
I don't understand why we're being allowed to have this conversation.
だって私はついこの間まであなたのことを忘れていたのよ。ひどい人間なの。
Oh. Those were memories from her early childhood. I got the sense it was natural to not be able to recall those, but maybe it was inevitable that, from Chihaya's perspective, she would feel like a terrible person for betraying Azusa. Was that why she felt the need to sacrifice herself?
私にしてみればあんたなんかよりも父親の方が罪深いんだけど。私もお父様と同罪よ。だからこいつのことも避けてるわけ。
Azusa pointed at me and Chihaya hung her head painfully.
だってそうしなければいけないってお父様が。お父様って何かといえばそればっかり。ばっかじゃないの。いい加減他人のせいにするのやめたら。
Azusa grabbed Chihaya's shoulders. Chihaya looked up with terror while Azusa unleashed one insult after another.
あんたの意思はないの？あんたどこまで他人に言われるままなの？それともただの責任転嫁？逃げてるわけ？
These aren't really insults, are they?
私はこいつに対してだってそう。あんただってこいつに会いたくて仕方なかったんじゃないの？
I wanted to stop Azusa's tirade, but my body moved on its own and stopped in place. I couldn't move. So it didn't move on its own.
さっきの反応を見れば一目瞭然じゃない。なんでこれ以上ないってぐらい距離感ゼロの相手までお父様の言いつけとやらで遠ざけるの？どんなに大切なものでも命令されたら手放すわけ？あんたは。
How was Chihaya going to respond to that? I needed to step in, but I wanted to hear Chihaya's answer for myself, and my body refused to listen until then.
何？はっきり口にしなさい。物一つ言えないくせに他人を救おうなんてせんな。
大切だから離れるの。
I wonder if playing the game, we know why the game is called Metaphor Re Fantasio, because that's a fucking silly name. What?
何を騒いでいるのかと思えば、水本君に。ルナもか。
Ojo-san. He was here? Or did he just get home?
私をその名前で呼ばないで。
You sure you're supposed to say it in a British accent? I can't. If anything, I'm supposed to say it in a Japanese accent. How's it going, Arrow? She redirected the same energy she had used on Chihaya back to Ojo-san.
あんな母親の元にいた私はもういないの。
私にとって君はルナ以外の何者でもないのだがね。
今さら実の娘まで使って善人面しないで。
At Azusa's comment, Ojo-san slowly surveyed the room before locking eyes with Chihaya and me.
千早、お前には水本君と会わないように言っておいたはずだが。
はい。
なら、どういった経緯でこの状況に至ったのか説明してもらえるかな。
I barged in and invited. Who is this guy and why is he guilty? He's her dad, and he had an affair. There was no way I could keep quiet now, and I interjected before Chihaya could. I forced my way in here. Chihaya-san didn't do anything wrong. Of course he's evil. He's gonna be the reason why your brother died? I still think so. I still think he had him killed. To cover up the fact that he had a child out of wedlock. Although, we are speaking about this so openly now that I'm starting to doubt it a little. Satomi-san tagged along, but this was entirely my doing.
純也。
バカ、何かっこつけてる。
It was the truth, after all. If you considered it retribution for dragging my feet before coming here, then wasn't it natural for me to take responsibility?
水本君、君の言う通りだとしても感心しないね。私としても娘の友人を不法侵入で通報したくはないのだが。
That was probably the best way to settle this situation peacefully, Ojo-san. You get to save face, and this would give Chihaya the opportunity to meet you in the middle. What's more, you can say your daughter's childhood friend forced his affections onto her.
君たちは法的には大人であっても、千早などはまだ私の庇護下にある。そしてここは私の家、私の敷地だ。無断で侵入されて、子供同士の悪ふざけではもう済ませられない。
What do I need to say? Yes, I was prepared for that. I deliberately turned away from Chihaya and faced Ojo-san down. Sorry, but let me have this at least. I was disappointed that this happened right when my conversation with Chihaya was getting good, but at least Azusa got to say her piece. It was better to just take that as a win.
水本君、君がそこまで娘に固執する理由は何かね。北条家の財産が目当てなのか、それとも家名というブランドが欲しいのかね。
Is that what you think of me? I was obviously offended. Did you think I wanted to marry Chihaya just so I could take over the family someday?
すまないが、娘へ対する愛情だなどと言ってもらっても困るのでね。この子には婚約者もいる。君にくれてやるわけにはいかない女だ。
Huh. Yeah, I'm sure she is. I was well aware of that.
お父様なんて嫌い。
Chihaya?
結婚するなら純也がいいのに。子供の頃からずっとそう言ってきたのに。
Oh, she has? Ah, typical anime fucking protagonist. Lets the girls do all the work. It's true. Dating sim protagonists are too passive.
どうして純也じゃダメなの？どうして相手が重人さんなの？純也が財産目当てなわけないでしょ。いくらお父様でも彼の気持ちまで貶めないで。
Chihaya. It was exactly as Chihaya said. What I had done tonight wasn't something so calculating. I missed her, but mostly covered it, which was why I was so happy that Chihaya trusted me completely. However...
ならどうして婚約の話を承諾した？
それは。
He had a point. That had happened. It was still strange though.
今頃になって遅すぎる。1年前に口にすべき話だぞ、それは。
はい。でも。
I assumed their acceptance was because of a family-related matter and why she had sacrificed so much. Whatever the case may be, she tried to be a worthy daughter of the Ojo family. So much so that she agreed to go through with getting married for her family's benefit.
今になって話を保護にすれば、周囲にどれだけの影響を及ぼすかわからないわけでもあるまい。
それはそうです。でも。
お前はそうしてまた誰かを不幸にしてでも慣れ合いを続けるつもりか。
Once again?
それは。
Wait, what? Again?
忘れてはいないのだろう。なら身を慎むことだ。
Chihaya looked like she was having trouble processing this information and remained silent. What did he mean by that, Chihaya? Did something big happen a long time ago? Stop thinking that and ask.
まったく彼が絡むとお前は別人のようだな。
Ojo's son appeared exasperated, and all Chihaya could do was silently bite down on her lower lip. It was like Azusa and I weren't even here. Whenever he's involved, was he referring to the fondness Chihaya was currently showing for me? Or was it something else entirely?
心の整理がつかないのであれば、まだ時間をかけてもいい。少し頭を冷やして考え直すことだ。
Unexpectedly, Ojo's son was the one who backed down first. Just as you might expect from a father and daughter, he must have realized how stubborn she was being based on her demeanor alone. Why are the bad people backing down? What the fuck is going on? I don't understand.
こもりきりでストレスが溜まっているのなら、今夜ぐらいは出歩いてきても構わないぞ。狭い家の中で私の顔を見ていては落ち着かないだろう。
I was surprised he'd made such a concession. Maybe this was Ojo-san's way of being considerate. Chihaya raised her head, then after a momentary expression of surprise, she immediately pursed her lips and quietly answered him.
そうさせていただきます。
He didn't have a chance to stop her. She headed for the door, still in her loungewear. Looks like she's wearing her normal outfit to me. Chihaya passed by Ojo-san without so much as a single glance and left.
君もさっきまでの威勢はどうしたね、水本君。
I had a lot on my mind. There were so many questions floating around in my head and things I wanted to confirm, but right now all I wanted was to follow Chihaya. Please excuse us. I wouldn't want to leave Chihaya-san by herself.
あいつを自宅にでも連れて行くつもりかね。
No, I will figure something else out.
おう、娘を連れ去りに来たのであれば、千載一遇のチャンスではないかな。
It was almost as if he was saying, I've given you this chance, just try to take her away from me. What was wrong with the adults in this family? Exactly? Even if I did, it wouldn't solve anything. I wanted to see her, that's all. Please excuse us. Excuse me. I made that declaration without Asusa's approval, but she followed me without question when I turned to face her. Yeah, I felt the same way.
結果的にはこれでよかったの。
No wonder. I have to catch up with Chihaya first.
あなたはもう、王女家のお嬢様ともあろう人が部屋着のままサンダル履きで飛び出してきて、しかもすっぴん。何してるんですか、あなたって人は。何を。ごめんなさい、ひなた。許して。
I followed Chihaya and rushed out of the Ojo Manor, only to find the person in question being scolded out in front of the gateway. It's kind of weird that we got alternate outfits for the side characters. But, not one for the main girls. I guess Hinata has their cosplay outfit. Wait, Hinata, why are you here?
いましたね、元凶が。
Was I supposed to be this mastermind?
純也さんが妙なことを確認してきたので、嫌な予感がしたものですから、様子を見に来てみればですよ。
Hinata glanced over at Chihaya, who looked positively ashamed of herself.
私ってば勢いで何を。
The realization of how she spoke to her father was finally setting in, and her complexion gradually turned pale. What do you mean, weird question? About the security here? She was referring to the message I had sent over Choco. Her response nearly had me throw in the towel, but
まずは情報を集めるんじゃなかったんですか？行動しろとは言いましたけれど、唐突に表変しないでください。私がいくらせっついても腰を上げなかったのに、いきなり何なんですこの状況は。方針を転換するならするで、きちんと連絡をください。
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, that tracked. I had been so careful before, only to suddenly wind up here tonight. Actually, talk about perfect timing. I really am sorry, since this will cause a bit of a headache for you.
そのセリフも聞き飽きました。
Bet she had.
何ですか？私にまだ何かさせるつもりなんですか？千早様にはこうして会えたんじゃないですか？
I had gotten to see her, but our talk wasn't over yet. Go away! All the same, it would probably be best to save this for another day. When all was said and done, this had probably been the first day in Chihaya's entire life that she had defied her father.
どうしよう。お父様相手に思わずあんなこと言ってしまって。
Let me talk to her one-on-one. Go away. Thought so. She wasn't in the right state of mind to have a calm conversation. Would you mind letting Chihaya stay over at your place tonight, Hinata?
うちにですか？でも今千早様は。
Ojo-san gave her permission. He had given her the okay to stay out tonight, and I had heard him loud and clear.
純也が自宅にかくまうんじゃないですか？これはてっきりそういうストーリーだとばかり。
そうね。私も純也の家がいい。
You can't. If you do that, it'll put you in an even worse position. It would mean she would be staying over in another man's house, even though she had a fiancé. We may have been childhood friends, but society wouldn't see it that way. Who cares? Especially not if she picked now. With all the commotion we caused tonight, there was no telling who may have heard what and from where. To that end, it shouldn't pose any problems for the daughter of the Ojo family to spend the night at the Ise residence. Well, it might inconvenience Hinata though.
おじさまから許可が出てるのであれば断れませんね。
With a sigh, Hinata seemed to have inferred what was going on.
千早様、何があったかはうちでゆっくり聞かせてください。
でも
木の実木のまま純也さんの家へ行ってもご迷惑をかけるだけですよ。特に兄ちゃんに。
That was super convincing. Good job, Hinata. There was no way I or my dad would have the clothes or necessities to take care of Chihaya. No, Dad might actually be able to manage it, but still. As a woman, Misara would get stuck helping her. If he was going to amount to that, then the best course of action would be for Chihaya to stay with a person who took care of her on a regular basis. Yes, I'm sure she can't wipe her own ass. Chihaya looked over at me reluctantly. I honestly wanted to spend time with you too. Chihaya, you don't have your wallet or phone on you, right?
そうね。そうかも。
It was cute seeing how flustered she was and checking in her loungewear pockets. For now, I had to steel myself. You stormed out after a heated argument, so you can't exactly go back in to grab your stuff.
やっぱりそう。
Which means no matter where you spend your time, you're broke. You can't go anywhere by yourself.
それもそうかもしれないけど。
I'm grateful that you stood up for me. Thank you. So lay low for tonight and stay at Inata's. Then tomorrow come back here and apologize to your father. What?
やっぱりそうしないとダメ。
I'll be there to apologize with you. I was, after all, the main reason she had snapped back at him, not to mention the matter of trespassing. You don't have to apologize for everything. Just apologize for raising your voice at him in the heat of the moment.
純也がそう言うなら。
This was it. This side of her was so apt to immediately abide by other people's opinions. I was astonished, but this was just who she was. Her earlier behavior had been an exception to the norm. She had gotten angry for my sake, and I was plenty satisfied with that for the time being. Yeah, it was more than enough.
ちょうどいいところに。ヘイタクシー。
I wondered what had happened for Chunyu to suddenly run off and shout like that. She was waving her hands like crazy in an occupied taxi that had passed by.
でも。
Don't look at me, Chihaya. You'll make it even harder to say goodbye. I'll see you soon. There's a lot I want to talk to you about.
絶対ね。
Finally, despite her reluctance, with Inata and Shunyu escorting her, Chihaya vanished from my sight yet again.
お疲れ様。
Oh, I mean, right back at you, Azusa. Honestly, thank you for everything. She had come with me this far and had that talk with Chihaya. It may have been part of her goal, but it did feel like she'd helped me considerably.
私がしたいようにしただけ。礼を言われることなんてしてない。それに、ちょっと意外なものも見れたし。
Something surprising? Azusa watched as the passengers slid into the taxi and readied for departure. Chihaya's figure, a sight I had seen so many times before, was briefly illuminated by the interior lighting in the back seat. The vehicle departed and she faded into the darkness.
あの人にはがっかりした。あんな、流されるだけの人が、私の、なんて。だけど、
Huh? Azusa stared at the spot the taxi once occupied. She kept on staring.
あの人、もっと恵まれた立場だと思ってた。あの人も結構、不自由なんだ。
He's indeed. Mental image. Alright, new chapter.
必殺スーパーラブチキック
Oh no. Well, before we get kicked in the stomach, let's take a break. I'll be right back. think I came back too early. I'm about to sneeze. Alright. Now I'm back, I guess? um... Let's keep on keeping on. Oh, the guide I was using is working now. Finally. Congrats on beating Gaiden, Ruben. That was one hell of a marathon just so you wouldn't pay for the game. I awoke and was assailed by a sudden sharp pain.
遅よ順に目覚まし鳴ってたよ。
Hey, pull your punches a little. I held my solar plexus and writhed in pain on top of my bed. I couldn't even breathe well enough to raise my voice in complaint. Hadn't Misara's skill level gone up considering she'd accurately hit me in such a vital spot? Then again, I wished she wouldn't have owned that particular skill. Yeah. I mean, I saw it for 17 euros the other day. You'll be able to get it for cheap. I didn't get it because I didn't have any money. But I wanted to.
父さんは寝かせとけって言ってたけど、鳴り終わってからもう結構経つから、念のため起こした方がいいかなと思って。
Oh, I see. I grimaced from the pain and looked over to my clock. It wasn't so far past that I would be late, but it was a good deal later than I had intended to get up. I must have been absolutely out cold to have not even perceived Misara's attack. The relief I'd felt from getting to see Chihaya for the first time in ages last night, as well as the fatigue from audaciously barging into the Ojo Manor.
どっか出かけるつもりだった？あ、ひょっとしてひなちんち
Oh no, I have school. I have a lecture today where I can get credit just for attending. Put another way, if I didn't show up, I would be saddled with unnecessary work to earn my credits, an additional report namely.
こんな時に学校
Who cares?
せっかくちーちゃんがひなちんちにいるのに学校なんかサボって会いに行っちゃいないよ
I wish I could prioritize that too, you know. I had explained the circumstances to Misara. I know Chan and Dad last night. It was inevitable that she would jeer at me like this. Sega Racing Classic too? What the fuck is that? You didn't have money to buy it either? Yeah, I get it. That's what they call Daytona USA 2 in Gaiden? Really? Oh, so they don't use the the brand. Is Sonic R playable? In those games? You can play Sonic R? Yes? What? Oh, Sonic the Fighter. Let's ban Ruben right now. It's time. Sonic the Fighters? Shit. Sonic R? Best game of all time. I wondered how things were going on our end. I grabbed my phone from my bedside table and checked my notifications. Nothing, huh? Chihaya had stormed out without her cell phone, so I should have gotten word from Hinata if something came up. Sonic the Fighters is very clunky. It is, yeah. Maybe it was safe to assume that everything was okay, at least for the time being. I did want to know how things were going, so I'd better send a choco over from my end.
朝ごはん用意してあるからね。あと12だけだよ。
Thanks, where's Dad? I asked that just because, and she shrugged her shoulders.
なんか朝一で出かけちゃった。やけにきちんとした格好で。
I wondered why. For work? Or maybe not. Maybe a merchant's meeting? Maybe he's being proactive on my behalf? A reply came in from Hinata right as I was in the middle of caving to my drowsiness mid-lecture. Where are you right now? University? I will come to you. Please wait for me. I don't want anyone to overhear, so meet at the usual place. What the... This concerns Chihaya without a doubt. Are you coming along? As disappointing as I'm sure this is, I will be. What happened this time?
お待たせしました。
You certainly came in a hurry. Her ragged breath suggested she jogged all the way here. I'd imagined she'd have trouble talking so soon and encouraged her to take a seat on the bench. I have to be honest, this game is frustrating me right now. This is the typical indecisiveness that I dislike in a Japanese romance. Like, you do everything you can do to avoid making a fucking decision. Why the fuck did he go to school? Why the fuck did he not talk with her last night? Frustrating. Hinata did as I suggested and took out a small bottle from her bag to rehydrate. As expected, she was well prepared. If she really wasn't that big of a rush, then something bad must have happened.
すみません。なかなか解放してもらえなくて。最後は千早様がそれとなく口添えしてくださったので、ようやく抜け出せて。
She was with you? And now she wasn't. Where was Shihaya? Where exactly had Hinata had trouble getting away from?
ねえ、はい。千早様はご自宅へ戻っています。
I thought I was prepared for this, but her comment led to a sudden heavy feeling in my stomach. That was fast. Hojo-san had only given her permission for a single night away. It was obvious that Chihaya would go back home eventually, and I knew that to be the case. Yes! And you didn't go talk with her! Oh my god, I want to skip this and get the trophies. And say fuck this game. I don't! I want to see the story unfold, but it's just frustrating. Alright, didn't get the chance to talk to her. You did! Twice! You prioritized something else.
千早様が自分から進んで戻ったわけじゃないですよ。
Hinata continued her explanation with a sympathetic look in her eyes.
おじさまから連絡を受けた木戸さんが朝一で迎えに来てしまって、それで
That guy again.
千早様がうちに泊まったのは父を通じておじさまに伝わってたから。
Not much you can do about that. It was obvious, if anything, the Issei family served the Ojo family. Besides that, I had wanted to avoid any bad rumors being spread about Shihaya. Even if Hinata's house hadn't been the best option, I still believed even now it was a better option. That was why I had already anticipated that they would let the other parties know where she was. If anything, give them peace of mind. That led to her getting picked up sooner rather than later.
千早様にしてはだいぶ渋ってましたけどね。玄関先で座り込んだりして。
Had she thrown a tantrum like a kid? It did sound like her, if I had to say. Was that really the smartest move, though? It's not like she could have avoided going home after all. Her behavior last night had been a huge exception. I bet she couldn't reject Kido-san too strongly since he went out of his way to go pick her up. If luck were on our side, I hoped that Chihaya could have stayed elsewhere for as long as possible. I was sure Chihaya would have wanted to let loose herself, and I was hopeful we could have a chance to talk. I was of the opinion that she could negotiate with Ojo-san, and then all parties involved could reach an amicable solution. Maybe that was wishful thinking on my part, though.
ごめんなさい。止められなくて。
The liquid in Hinata's water bottle jostled slightly. It's not your fault. I'm glad you took her in, even if it was only for a single night. Hinata was in the same position as Chihaya. She couldn't disobey Ojo-san's orders. I was naive and didn't react in time again. I was planning on apologizing to her dad with her too. Chihaya hadn't done anything wrong in the first place. It was mine, the so-called mastermind, that had sparked her. It was me. That sparked her to lash out at her father.
純也さんが出遅れたというより、おじさまが先回りをされたと考えるべきでしょうね。
What? I came to school. Meaning?
私も千早様と一緒に北条家へ連れて行かれたんです。朝食会という名目で。
Oh, so you went to her house this morning?
ねえ、よくあることですけど、特に今日の食事は味なんて全くわかりませんでした。
I bet it was. Ojo-san and Chihaya had been in the same room so soon after yesterday.
それで私もずっと携帯を見れなくて、連絡が遅れてしまってごめんなさい。
No, that's reasonable. I'm grateful that you let me know like this as soon as you possibly could. Hinata never would have been allowed to take out her phone to contact me in Ojo-san's presence. The same went for Chihaya. I was sure all that she could manage was to send Hinata over to see me.
それで、そこで話し合いがあったんですけど、おじさまと千早様のやりとりはだいたい想像がつきますよね。
No. Yeah, sure can. Ojo-san would give some order and Chihaya would simply nod and agree. That was how it usually went.
そこでまず昨晩の騒ぎについては互いに言葉が過ぎたということで済んだんですけど、
純也さんには二度と北条家の敷居をまたがせないとおじさまが宣言されて、もちろん千早様は反対しましたけど、その代わりそれ以上の謝罪は求めない、通報などもしない、不問に付すとおじさまが条件を出されたので。
I see. All Chihaya could do was sit quietly while her father spoke. I guess what I had done last night was insignificant enough from Ojo-san's perspective that it could be settled over breakfast.
もう一つ言わないよりは言った方がいいと思う件があるんですけど。
Tell me. I had no idea what she was going to say, but it was her way of telling me to brace myself, and I appreciated her being so considerate of my feelings.
水本さんがいらっしゃいました。
It took a moment for me to fully grasp what she had said, but there was only one other person in it that would call by that surname. My dad? She gave me a strained nod, almost as if she were having a hard time poaching this particular part of the conversation.
ちょうどその朝食会の最中に純也さんの代わりにお詫びに来たということでしたけど、おじさまが謝絶されました。
When I had explained everything to him last night, all he had done was to smirk at me. Was that why I hadn't seen him this morning? Thanks for telling me. I'll apologize to him later.
はい、おじさまも純也さんを不問にする以上、水源堂さんにまで何かを求めることはないと思います。
Yeah. That may have been the case currently, but it all depended on Ojo-san's mood. It would be risky to do anything further and provoke him. If a local celebrity set his sights on a privately owned store with established roots, it would be over. I couldn't afford for my old man and Mizora to end up on the street because of something I did. I really jumped the gun, didn't I? Never in my wildest dreams did I think it would inconvenience my family. I had every intention of taking the fall if something serious happened, but now I realized how arrogant that line of thinking was. I had personally been cut out of the loop, with the situation being handled indifferently, off where I couldn't make a difference.
私も純也さんをせかした一人ですから、あまりどうこう言える立場じゃありませんけど。
Had she noticed how depressed I was and tried to cheer me up? The sharp tongue of hers sure didn't quit.
千早様、迎えが来るまではそれはご機嫌だったんですよ。私が露骨に迷惑がってみせても嬉しそうに純也さんの武勇伝を話し続けて一晩中はしゃいで。
Acts of bravery.
なんでも純也さんが突然部屋へ現れた瞬間、世界が輝いて見えたとか、いわゆる白馬の王子様だったみたいですね、千早様的には。
That's embarrassing. Anyway, did she end up telling you about what happened last night?
ねえ、それはもう事細かに全部聞かされましたよ。嫌になるぐらい。あずささんに叱られて怖かったとか、純也さんがおじさまから千早様をかばう姿がめちゃくちゃかっこよかったとか。
I did? Azusa tried much harder than I did. Definitely. There was also Chunyu, Hisara, Aino-chan, and all sorts of people who gave me the courage I needed to barge into the Yojo Manor.
謙虚なのは結構ですけどね。千早様がそう感じて喜んだんですから、いいじゃないですか。何度も思い出してはうっとりしてましたよ。なので実行犯には胸を張ってもらわないと。
Perpetrator, huh? I smiled dryly. It was true that I had committed enough of a crime to cause problems for my dad.
千早様を連れ去りこそしませんでしたけど、逃げ出すきっかけは作ったでしょ。そのことですよ。あの千早様が一晩だけとはいえおじさまと衝突して飛び出したなんて、それこそ夢みたいな話じゃないですか。
Every single night, huh? That really did make it seem like magic straight out of Cinderella.
反抗期としてはとても遅くて短いものになりそうですけど。 それもまた千早様らしいかなと。その貴重な時間を生み出したのは純也さんの行動なんですよ。だから胸を張って誇ってください。
Caesar got mad at me though. She told me if you took it that far, why didn't you bring her home with you? He thought it was pretty lame of me to come back with Azusa instead of Shihaya.
ちょっと待って、なぜあずささんが？
She seemed hungry and I knew Mizuru made savory pancakes.
だからってあの後彼女を連れて帰ったんですか？
Yes, I was going to walk her home, but her stomach started rumbling. Wait, why do you look so upset?
千早様というものがありながら他の女を連れ帰ったのかと。それはみーちゃんも怒って当然です。
Well, that explains why Mizuru was so pissed at me. Thankfully, Aino-chan was there to help smooth things over. But Mizuru really tore me a new one. Was that why she was so angry this morning?
純也さん、部活です。
Oh, I mean, the whole point of bringing her along was so she could talk to Shihaya.
そうでしょうけど、わかりますけど、千早様を連れて行けなかった理由も知ってますけど、今や純也さんは千早様のなんて言ったらいいか。
It would make me happy if anyone who happened to see me and Chihaya together saw us as something more than just childhood friends. However, Chihaya had a fiancé and I would have trouble getting anywhere near her house now. Things had gone over quite well last night, all things considered. Still, I was no longer in a position where I could openly bring Chihaya home with me. First, Azusa is Chihaya's little sister, right? I don't see her in any other way.
そういう見方なんですね。
There's no way I'd see her as anything else. After her unfortunate upbringing, losing my brother to a freak accident, and dealing with her house sister trying to sacrifice herself, there was no way I would have any ulterior motives. Chihaya was all that I needed. She seemed pretty reluctant to come inside the house, like she couldn't help how hungry she was. It was a small necessary sacrifice to make. Azusa gobbled up those savory pancakes the second they were put in front of her, though.
本人の前では決して口にできませんけど、微笑ましいですね、それ。
Right? I watched her while she ate, only for her to snap at me and say, "What are you looking at?" It appeared I would be responsible for watching over Azusa while Chihaya was stuck at home. It was frustrating, I couldn't do anything more than that, though.
わかりますけどね、あずささんの気持ちも。何しろみーちゃんのお好み焼きは絶品だから。火加減といい、具材のバランスといい。
You sure sound happy about that. Want to come over and have some then? I could ask Mizuru to make more.
いえ、遠慮しておきます。少なくとも千早様の件が落ち着くまでは。
I see, true enough. This wasn't just about Hinata. I was hopeful Chihaya would visit me like she used to and things could go back to normal. I fully realized just how powerless I am. This wasn't an adversary I could take on empty-handed. It was exactly as Kido-san had described.
相手はおじさまですからね。無理もないです。
Hinata was struck with realization and appeared to be lost in thought.
そういえば以前、おじさまと父が言ってましたね。相手が勝った、目的を果たしたと安心した時ほど、次の一手を打つ隙とかなんとか。
I let my guard down when I saw Chihaya again, and they didn't hesitate to try and manipulate the situation.
はい。純也さんが相手にしたのは、そういう世界の人たちです。
I guess that roughly meant that politicians were always combat ready, unable to lose focus for even a moment, constantly outwitting their opponents and continuously thinking about how to get the upper hand in negotiations. Something always felt off whenever I conversed with Kido-san or Ojo-san, like we weren't on the same wavelength. Was that it? What they emphasized in conversation wasn't how the other party felt, or what worried them. It was purely to achieve their own goals and to make the other party submit to their own desires. Did they really operate according to such twisted logic? Isn't that obvious? Phew. Hinata said she would go to the Ojo family estate, and I asked her to take care of Chihaya for me. That was all I could ask her to do. I didn't feel like going straight home, and the next thing I knew, I had wound up walking over here. This was only where the accident occurred. It wasn't his final resting place, nor had we learned anything new since his death. And yet... Hey brother, did I do the right thing? Hinata had praised me, and Chihaya seemed so happy. But I had caused problems for Dad, and Chihaya very well may end up right back where she started. She had been locked away in a cage, and this time I might not be able to see her again. Can I not make anyone happy, no matter how hard I try? After dwelling on it for so long, I couldn't rescue the one single person I'd fallen in love with. Is it impossible for me to make Chihaya smile, brother?
Junya!
Huh? A car suddenly stopped in front of me, and the person I least expected to see got out. I was just thinking about her, and now she was here? What was this? Dream?
ここへ来れば会えるんじゃないかって思った通りね。
She said with a refined smile, a humble bouquet of white flowers in hand. Chihaya disregarded my astonishment and set the bouquet down at the base of the traffic light. She placed her offering beneath the small placard that read, "Site of a fatal traffic accident." Put her hands together. During that somewhat lengthy time, she put her hands together in prayer. I had finally managed to recover from my shock. Why?
私もここへはしばらくぶりだから来たくなって。
Upon closer inspection, I noticed for the first time that the placard designating the site as an exit was dirty from exposure to the elements. It had only been a year. No, it had already been a year. I was starting to think I might never see you again. Especially considering what happened yesterday, it felt like it had been forever since I'd gotten to see Chihaya this consistently. Chihaya must have felt the same way, as she quietly stood up with her face slightly distorted with pain.
そう思われても仕方ないのかな。ひなたから聞いた？
Are you referring to how Ojo-san decided I'm no longer allowed at your house? I was already not allowed at the house.
ちゃんと伝わったみたいね。
I was sure this wasn't something Hinata wanted either. That much was clear given the agonizing look she had on her face. It sounds like you've been dealing with a lot. I was hesitant to ask her outright and made that vague comment. Chihaya quietly yet distinctly shook her head several times in
いい
response.
の。私はいいの。
She definitely wasn't fine.
あのね、純也のおかげでね、お父様が折れてくれたのよ。
Even though I wasn't allowed near her house and he was trying to push Chihaya's wedding forward,
昨日の件でお父様なりに私を締め付けすぎたと感じたみたいでね。
there was an unmistakable gratitude in her eyes as she spoke.
だからこうして、ほら、スマホも返してもらったし、当面の間外出もできるようになったの。
I see. She went to the effort to take out her phone and showed it to me with a delighted smile. Then couldn't you just have messaged me asking where I was? even though neither of us could afford to make contact with one another.
それでね、まずは純也に会いたいなと思って、だからここへ来たの。そうしたら予想通り純也がいたんだもの。ね、すごいでしょ私。
Where's all of this confidence coming from? Also, how could she so innocently express her fondness for me? She reminded me of a child begging to be praised. As painful as it was, Chihaya wasn't allowed to express any of the feelings she may have had for me.
多分きっとひなたから話を聞いて、純也は私のことを心配してくれるんだろうなと思って、そうしたらここへ高谷さんに相談したくなるんじゃないかなって。
Man, you're so spot on, I can't even argue. You figured it out perfectly.
それはそうよ。
Took another good look at Chihaya's face when she asserted that, and again I felt my chest tighten. Her smile seemed wistful somehow, like it would dwindle away.
大好きな純也のことだもの。誰よりもわかるつもり。
Again, we couldn't act on those feelings. Wasn't their future set in stone? She could speak of love in hushed tones all she wanted, but it was pointless now.
それでなくても長い付き合いだもの。だいたいわかるでしょお互いに。
Why not ask? I wonder. I had been an emotional wreck ever since I realized how much I loved this woman. My thoughts were a mess, and I especially couldn't make any judgment calls in my current condition. I didn't know what was going through Chihaya's mind, but my self-confidence had bottomed out. Hesitance, bewilderment, confusion, surprise, constant exhaustion from being at the mercy of others. Was love truly so painful and distressful of an emotion? Had Chihaya felt this for all of this time? I wanted my brother's advice and to learn to finally set some firm boundaries for myself. Knowing my brother, I bet he would offer his support from the other side, even if it was for a pathetic little brother like me.
けじめ。そう、けじめか。私には一番縁遠い言葉なんでしょうね。
Why do you think that?
純也を好きだと口にして、その思いをはっきりと引きずったまま他の男性と結婚するから。
This is frustrating.
幻滅したでしょ。でもこれが私、このどうしようもない女が北条千早だから。ごめんなさい。長い間夢を見させてくれて本当にありがとう。
Chihaya bowed her head to me. This was so unlike her. When I thought about how this was the demeanor she must have had when she sent that message, that goodbye to me, Dummy? You're a dummy. Why are you saying that? Like those are your last words. I wanted to laugh all of this away, since this didn't feel like it was coming from the same Chihaya Ojo I knew. I felt this is such a farce, I had better just laugh it off. There's no way my establishing boundaries isn't related to you, especially when you spout off a line like that.
お父様にも言われたのよ。
There was a tinge of hopelessness in her expression as she lifted her head.
お前は彼を好きな自分という胸像に酔っているだけだって。
The idea of being in love. Like being captivated by your own reflection in a mirror. How about that?
幼なじみを一途に思い続ける可愛い女の子。物語のヒロインとしては人気の存在でしょ。 同時に定番で典型的で滑稽で視野が狭く愚かな偶像なのに憧れてしまう。自分もそうありたいと、いい子でいたいからと。私は純真で清楚な女です。決して複数の男性にいい顔をするような不死だらな女ではありませんと周囲へ宣伝するみたいに。
Was that something else that Ojo-san had said to her? The more you insult yourself, the less you seem like you, Shihaya. Are your feelings for me on par with how you might feel for a fashion trend? Her words had been that superficial, I never would have come to care so much about her either. Although I had cared about her for nearly 20 years.
違う。私は本当に純也のことが好き。今だってそう。けど周りはそう見てくれなかった。お嬢様の気まぐれだろうという程度の認識で。
I'm sure there had been many moments where it must have seemed that way from the outside looking in. In reality, the only thing we had in common was that we were childhood friends. So of course people would question our relationship. They could, after all, plausibly assume she felt some curiosity toward the type of person who wouldn't normally be found anywhere near such a sheltered girl. They would assume we couldn't possibly be serious about each other. Almost like this had been some risky game where we were enjoying a pretend romance, sounding out each other's feelings, keeping ourselves in check only to randomly entice the other. Could that be how others thought of us? Maybe that was why our relationship had seemed more irregular to others than it had felt to us personally.
最後は泣く泣く思い人を諦めて婚約者のもとへと去っていく悲劇のヒロイン。そんな自分に酔ってるとも思われたのかもね。安住の地が約束されてるからこそ火遊びをしてたって。
Guaranteed peaceful life, all while playing with fire, huh? It was true that Kiro-san, I had my own reservations about him, but even so, seemed to be regarded as an exceptional marriage partner. He was vocationally accomplished and a proven asset in his industry with a high, stable income to match. If he should marry into her family, then his future would be all but guaranteed. In contrast, I was too pathetic to even consider. I was nothing more than a commoner and student, whose future still looked rather questionable.
そして私はきっと慣れていくの。恵まれた環境で良き妻、良き母を演じながら。初恋は叶わないって本当ね。なんてほんのわずかな経験からまるで人生のすべてを悟ったような口調で時折懐かしみながら。思い出に蓋をする。
That's the future that's been laid out for you. I was sure she would want for nothing and live a carefree, stable life going forward.
それが北条家の娘として正しく求められる生き方だから。
Sure, but it doesn't sound like it fits you at all. Yeah, this absolutely felt out of place to me. Even if she didn't wind up with me, I still wanted Chihaya to be true to herself.
どうして私らしくないと思うの？これでも一応北条家の娘らしくと振る舞ってきたつもりなんだけど。
Only because you're not allowed to set boundaries for yourself. She wouldn't and couldn't make decisions for herself, believing those around her would act on her behalf and turn a blind eye until everything magically worked out in her favor. Even after sending me that goodbye text, she still passed off her grandfather's puzzle and the mysterious prayer slip from her childhood to me. That's the Chihaya Ojo I knew. Didn't you just admit it a second ago? That you were going to get married to someone else even though you have feelings for me?
確かに遠いどこかで懐かしむよりも何かあればすぐ純也に相談していそうだけど、私
No kidding. I could almost hear her say, "Hey, Junia, what should I do?"
でもね、ダメなの。
The emotion faded from her expression.
ここで顔を通して純也と駆け落ちするぐらいの覚悟を示せれば、とても素敵な恋のエピソードになるんだろうけど。
So you're saying that's out of the question, even if I were to drag you along with me? Give up on the Ojo family and be my woman. Even if we don't run away together, I'll protect you as the bride to the successor of Suigendo. If only, right? Something told me that didn't suit us either, unfortunately.
純也がそう決めてくれるなら従う。いつもみたいに。だけどきっと後で必ず後悔する。純也への思いは変わらず、どんなに幸せで満ち足りた毎日を過ごさせてもらったとしても、私がいなくなることで迷惑をかける大勢の人たちが気になってしまって。
That's what the Ojo family is, huh?
そう、それが北条家なの。地方の一階の大義士の誇れる歴史ばかりではない家だとしても、北条家はこの町に住む一人一人の人生と生活に深く密着してる。その席がある以上、私個人がどんなに優柔不断でも北条家の娘として背を向けられないから。
In the end, Chihaya was still being indecisive. She wasn't happy being the daughter of the Ojo family, nor could she persevere as a woman in love with her childhood friend. As unfortunate as it was, this was very much like her. I feel bad saying this, but wouldn't someone else immediately fill the void the Ojo family left behind if they suddenly ceased to exist?
そうかも。でも短期間でも混乱すれば被害を被る人が出る。何人が職を失い、いくつの家族が離れ離れになってしまうか、想像するだけで怖い。
That's a bit self-important. Do they actually hold that much influence? That might be something that I could never fully grasp unless I was born into the Ojo family itself. And Chihai's birth and upbringing were very much centered around that.
それに今ではもう一つあってはならない可能性も分かってしまったから。
What's that? The phrasing sounded extremely grave. Chihai's tone was serious and laced with disgust.
お父様にもう一人娘がいて、その子が私の代わりにさせられる可能性。
That's a son? Huh? There's no way. He had talked about welcoming her into the family, but if that's what he was after...
私は私のせいで誰かが不幸になることにはもう耐えられない。
Chihaya? She couldn't bear it anymore. Ojo-san had similarly said again. Now Chihaya had said again. Did something happen?
ここだと人目もあるから純也に迷惑がかかるかもしれない。
Chihaya shifted her gaze to the cars and people passing us by. Yes, the cars will overhear our conversation. There was very little traffic, but it wouldn't be unusual for a local resident to walk by.
ねえ、ちょっと移動しない？多分 長い話になるから。
I was reminded of last night. Although it was too late for me, it would spell trouble for Chihaya if someone saw us together. With that being the case, we should also avoid anywhere like cafes or restaurants with a lot of employees, customers, or other third parties. How about we go over there then? It's close to here.
ここから近い。あ、
Just that park. I wanted to know the truth, especially when the dark look on Chihaya's face overshadowed the reaction she had to the borderline scandal. I urged her along to that nostalgic place.
「ひなたを探した時以来かな、ここ。
That long ago, huh? Not only did we play here as kids, but this was the same place Hinata ran off to after she blew up at us before.
これからする話にふさわしい舞台かな。
What do you mean by that?
うん、
Chihaya dodged the question by giving me that vague response. She took a seat on the swing nearest her. I sat in the vacant swing next to her, and Chihaya turned to me with a brooding look on her face.
先に言っておくけど、今から話すのは私の記憶が元なの。
Chihaya's forewarning seemed less like she was being pretentious and more like she was trying to tell me to take her story with a grain of salt.
どこかで私の記憶違いがあるかもしれない。それに純也は覚えてないと思う。
How does this involve me? I was fairly surprised by her comment. I didn't have the foggiest idea what this could be about.
うん。でもね、それは仕方ないの。純也が知らない事情も絡んでくるし、何より私が黙ってたから、ずっとね。
This may have been the attitude an adherent would take when making a confession at church. It was with that sort of ambience that Chihaya began to speak.
全部話すね。
こら降りなさい、今すぐに。ああ、もうなんて危ない。お嬢様まで一緒になってお怪我をされますよ。
平気よ、このくらい。純也も一緒なんだし。ねえ。
何をおっしゃってるんですか。まったくもう。これだから何でもやなんて怪しげな家の子供は。
今、純也のことを言ったの？
そうですよ。しつけもなっていない。身の程もわきまえない。本来お嬢様と一緒に遊んでいい身分じゃないんです。さっさと離れなさい。
はい。
ひどい。純也のこと悪く言った。すごくひどい。お父様、今日あの人が純也にひどいことを言いました。純也のお父様は町の人たちのお役に立つ立派なお仕事をされているんですよね。それなのに純也のことも純也のお家のこともすごくひどく言いました。あんな人我が家にはいらないと思います。あれ、お父様、いつものあの人がいません。
ああ、あの女ならクビにした。クビ、解雇だ。お前が求め、お前が決めたことだ。
Yeah, seems fair.
子供だったとはいえ、だからこそ余計に残酷で罪深いことをしてしまったと思う。
Mihaya looked exhausted when she finished telling me the story of what happened in her childhood. Someone had been fired due to a single careless comment of hers. I guess it was only natural she would feel responsible for something like that. Who cares? She was an awful person. What's more, she had shouldered this heavy burden alone for so long, even though it was my fault. It wasn't. I feel like I got scolded all the time when I was a kid, though. Apart from my old man and brother, when it came to anyone from the Ojo household, my memories were vague. And I wanted to curse at myself for it. This is nobody's fault but mine.
純也は悪くない。
Definitely not.
悪くないの。
It's the maid's fault for being an asshole. She shook her head for me, but I was the one who had caused that to happen. Besides,
それ以来、しばらくの間、他のお手伝いさんたちがよそよそしい態度になって、私に向ける視線もね、変わった。あなたは人をクビにして不幸にしたんです。そう言いたげな視線が忘れられない。私が何かを求め決めてしまえば、その願いは叶う。叶ってしまう。それがどんなに恐ろしい立場なのか分かってなかった。
a fortunate position and environment, those were simple enough to envy. However, a person had lost their job due to a child's short-lived emotions. Absurd when you thought about it from the other person's perspective. Are you sure she didn't just quit around the same time and there's something more at play here? I wanted verification, only for Chihaya to shake her head.
お父様に確認した。間違いなく私のせい。
Ojo-san was merciless. Partially for firing that maid so quickly, but I also couldn't believe he would shove the truth into Chihaya's face when she was a little kid.
お前はそうしてまた誰かを不幸にしてでも馴れ合いを続けるつもりか。
This must have been what he'd been referring to when he said that again. Asking whether she was going to cause misfortune for those around us by standing up for me again.
もしも今また私が純也を望んでしまえば。
Mihaya lifted her face. Her expression was filled with grief and despair, like she might cry at any second.
きっとあなたを不幸にする。ご家族も。
It was like she was warning us of an impending crisis. It would all be over for Shigendo if the Ojo family set their sights on us. I couldn't imagine he would go that far, or so a part of me wanted to believe. Someone got fired over a single complaint from Chihaya, and one offhand comment from Ojo-san could have dire consequences for the Mizumoto family.
お父様は選挙のたびに必ず地域の振興を公約に掲げる人だから、それに矛盾するような真似はしないはずなんだけど。
For instance, to apply pressure to a local small-time business?
でもお父様が直接そんなことをしろなんて言うはずない。お 父様は
If you really did do something to that effect, I'm sure any store would shrivel up and cause a breakdown in the local economy. You would be labeled a corrupt politician if anyone ever found out about this, and you would fall prey to the media and the internet. I'd imagine people would come out of the woodwork to crush us for your father's sake. Chihaya gave me a painful nod when I brought up that very real possibility. In truth, the Ojo family wouldn't have to lift a finger, when the people around them would act on their behalf. Is that what they called showing the fair deference? That son from Suiga no Medamuhan? Representative Ojo's daughter, one would say. What a jerk. Alright. We won't do business with that store anymore, another would say. It was a ridiculous scenario to even imagine, though. You were either bullied in school or ostracized by society. It was an awful sort of topic that everyone knew was wrong, and yet it persisted to this day.
そうしてお父様の関心を引いて便宜を図ってもらおうとする人もいるから。
Considering the exhausted sounding sigh she let out, Chihaya had probably actually witnessed this happen in real life. I'm sorry, I didn't know any of this. It really was a failure of a childhood friend. I had never realized the sort of burden Chihaya had carried, nor had I known I was the one who caused it. Chihaya's indecisiveness at critical moments made even more sense now, especially when you consider the impact her decisions had in the past. To think I had been exasperated with her without even considering that, who did I think I was?
誰にも話したことはないもの。ひなただって全部は知らないことよ。
She tried to smile almost as if she were telling me not to worry. But I could see this as anything other than Chihaya smiling through her tears.
それに誰かに話せるほど私の中でも考えとしてまとまってなかったというのもあって、ひなたから本音をぶつけられて母親の違う妹がいたのが分かって、純也とも会えなくなって、ようやくね、部屋で一人考える時間だけはあったから。やっぱり私ってダメねとしか思えなかったけど、こんな性格を直すこともできないんだから。
Don't condemn yourself like that, especially for wishing you were a more level-headed person. Still, Chihaya was only a kid at the time. When this maid business happened, what did she know and what could she have done? Who in the world could possibly comprehend the full weight of their family's circumstances and behave accordingly from the get-go?
だって責任逃れとしか思えないもの。自分でも。
Kazusa had said something similar last night.
責任があるのに、それを果たせるだけの力も覚悟も何もない。それが事実だとしても逃げ工場にしていいもの？違うでしょ？
I realized then that Chihaya really had no control over the situation back then, much less the ability to make that sort of judgment call. Chihaya lacked the willpower to turn the tables on the situation, and there was nothing she could do to change that. If she was going to make excuses and refuse to forgive herself, even for something that happened as a child, weren't you being too hard on yourself? Chihaya.
こんなことだから純也のお嫁さんになれなかったのね。私
Oh, no, it's not like I didn't accept your offer because I disliked your personality or anything. I did love Chihaya, and I could say that with absolute certainty. You haven't told her, though. I wanted to believe I accepted every part of her, the good and the bad.
ああ、うん、そうじゃなくてね。これも関係ある話なのかな。どうだろう。
About what? No sooner did Chihaya begin to answer her own question did she spy over at me.
純也は覚えてないみたいだから、やっぱりいい。
No, tell me. There was more to the story than I deserved to know regardless. This was even more true if it was related to Chihaya's feelings for me. I wanted to know.
うん。でも、純也多分頭を抱えるよ。
It's fine, tell me. I'm curious. It would be better to know and be bothered than to not know and have regrets. Probably. There's no telling if you have another chance to tell me. I knew what I had said, but there was no guarantee she would have another chance. We were only having this conversation because we had reached the point where we used to be childhood friends. Especially now that I'd been barred from visiting the Ojo property and she was marrying another guy.
そうだね。こんな風に会って話せる時間、もうないかもしれないんだ。
Chihaya likely sensed it as well, given the somewhat lonely tone to her voice. Please, game, let me blow my nose. Just talk by yourself. She opened the time capsule that was buried away in the depths of her
さ
memory.
っき話した家政婦さんの件があったすぐ後のことなんだけど。
Holy shit. In the memories, Junia is voiced not now. Chihaya, I want to apologize to the lady from the other day.
あの人にどうして？
I told my dad and brother about it. They said it's normal to be scolded when you do something bad. I want to apologize to her.
でもあの人もういないの。あの人はもういないの。私も謝りたい。でもいなくなっちゃったの。もう謝れないの。
Chihaya?
私ひどいことしちゃったの。純也にひどいこと言ったからってあの人に同じことしちゃったの。
It sounds like she murdered her. She only got her fired.
こんな私やだ。純也も嫌でしょ。
I don't really get it.
じゃあ好き？
You're bringing that up again?
純也に好きになってもらえない私なんて私が嫌いだもん。私純也に嫌われるようなことしちゃったんだもん。
Why not do some stuff to make me like you then?
純也が好きになってくれるようなこと、それって何？
Oh, I know. Like the motto at our store. It goes, the customer smile is the best thing of all.
笑わせるの？私、純也を笑わせればいいの？何か面白いことをすればいいの？
Something funny? No, more like something to make me happy.
喜ばせる？純也を？
Not just me, everyone. My dad says it's important to make your customers super happy for them to smile. Our store motto does just that.
笑わせる。喜ばせる。
Junie is a manipulative hassle, actually.
みんなを喜ばせる。わかったわ。みんなを喜ばせれば、純也も喜んでくれるのね。
Well, maybe?
純也が喜んでくれるようなレディーになったら、ちゃんと結婚してくれる？
You're bringing that up again?
だって私、結婚するなら純也がいいんだもん。お嫁さんになるなら、純也のお嫁さんがいいんだもん。
I don't really get marriage.
よくわかんなくても結婚して。
I guess I have no choice. If you become a lady, then okay.
やったー！うん！絶対なるから！約束だよ。
Just as Chihaya suggested, I was overwhelmed by these old memories.
他人を不幸にしておいて、なんて約束を無理強いしてるのよ、と自分でも呆れてるんだけど。
You're right, though. I do think I said that. My face had likely gone white, but my body was positively on fire. Yeah, this was ridiculously embarrassing, but also the instinctual reaction you would get when someone hit the nail on the head.
最初に言ったけど、私の記憶違いがあるかもしれないし、私が勝手に信じてただけだからね。責任を感じないでね。
Well, I do think your memory is accurate, so much so that it made me break into a cold sweat. She could tell me I was fine all she wanted. I was going to feel responsible whether I liked it or not. After all, I had learned that what I said to her had been part of the reason she was so obsessed with marrying me. I felt anxious now that I knew the irresponsible comment I made as a kid had been tying her down and was unlikely to change given the status quo. That's what it is. This is the same feeling you get when you unearth an embarrassing letter to yourself out of a time capsule from elementary school. This was far more serious than that, though. This hit me so hard it was like my legs were about to give out from under me, and I would be sucked into the abyss.
あ、成人式の後にあったやつ？手紙の中身見せてくれなかったけど。
Absolutely never. I couldn't sit still, and all I wanted to do was propel myself from off the swing. You and Inata never showed me yours either, right? What did you write? Now that we'd reached this point, I could finally say I had a full grasp on the situation and wasn't the least bit thrilled by it. I intended for this particular topic to serve as a quick break, but Chihaya's smile looked quite strained.
20歳の私へ。ちゃんと純也のお嫁さんになっていますか？きちんと朝起こしてあげていますか？お料理も覚えて、お洗濯やお掃除もして、毎日大好きって言っていますか？そんな感じの夢ね。書いてた。
A dream, huh? It ended up being nothing more than a dream, like a wish she had scribbled on a prayer slip.
もっともね、その前に他人を傷つけたり不幸にしたりしておいて、自分だけが幸せになんてなっちゃいけないとも考えてた。
That was why she aimed to be a lady that would make everyone happy.
だから夢は夢のまま、そのまま。
タイムカプセルに入れて埋め戻したいぐらい。
Wow, you absolutely are a politician's daughter, Chihaya. When those words left my mouth, Chihaya tilted her head a little bit, looking baffled. Sorry, I wasn't trying to offend you. Would another irresponsible comment of mine have some effect on Chihaya like it had in her childhood? For a moment that worry crossed my mind. All I could think about was that this level of uneasiness wasn't befitting of Chihaya at all. Maybe you'd call it self-sacrifice. How you cast yourself aside and dedicate yourself to the public good. It was difficult to tell in Chihaya's case, since she wasn't the type to act on her own. But all you had to do was look from the perspective of her casting herself aside to build up those around her. To sacrifice oneself to make others smile. It didn't matter if you wanted to compare it to religious figures, philanthropists or otherwise who deliberately gave up material wealth. But wasn't that close to the ideal public servant? Wasn't she trying to give up on her own dreams to build up those around her, even now?
そういう評価を受けたのは初めて。さすが純也ね。
Chihaya seemed quite pleased by that response, but her smile quickly turned bitter.
政治家イコール滅私暴行とは限らないけど、少なくともお父様は私を捨ててないでしょ。
Yeah, I guess so. You'd picture from a lower middle class standpoint that it must be pretty rough just to maintain that household, that he must be working hard.
おかげで私は楽ができたんだから、文句を言えない立場だけどね。
I think that's actually the key point to be grateful for. Chihaya had been raised in comfort, and it wasn't something I could ever hope to achieve. That was par for the course when you considered my age and status, but he was probably worthy of respect. Even so, Ojo-san's daughter had gone out of her way to protect and stand up for me. Knowing that, I need to return the favor. I guess I need to return the favor, huh? After everything I'd heard so far, one other thing came to mind, but I could do that in parallel.
恩返し？私からお父様に？
I think you've had that covered. You've obeyed every one of his whims, after all. She had followed each and every one of his orders, all while conducting herself as a daughter to the Ojo family. Now she was going to take his successor in marriage. Did she really need to sacrifice much more? That's not what I meant. I feel like I need to repay the favor I owe you. And thank you for everything you've done for me up until now.
お礼を言うのは私の方だと思うけど。
I disregarded how mystified Chihaya sounded. Took a deep breath, then said my piece. This would be the last time I meddled. You may have heard this from someone already, but I am going to resume the renovation of the old estate. I am on my own. Chihaya's eyes widened, seemingly bewildered by what I had said when...
まさかカフェを？
She wasn't sure how to react, whether she should be happy or to outright refuse. Yeah, I'll complete it. That's what I was hired to do in the first place, after all.
でもその件はもう。
It'll make for a great memory, won't it? I didn't want to add on the word final. If it works better for you, you could consider this as me angling for the compensation.
報酬？それはもちろん払うつもりだけど。
No, a customer's smile is the greatest compensation of all. That's a company motto. That motto was the very ethos of Sugendo, which was supposed to be passed down to my brother, but...
それって。
When she recalled what had come up in our conversation earlier. These were the same words that had bound her, and that had brought the subject to its conclusion. I'll be content once this job is complete, and you'll be able to smile knowing your dream came true. We'll be able to call it even, and that will be the end. I never had the right to hold her back, especially after I had done something that left her traumatized. That was what I believed. But all the same, if it was absolutely impossible for me to make what she wished for most come true, for her to be with me, then I had to make at least one of her dreams come true, even if it was small. Huh.
せっかく作ってもらっても一度もオープンできないかもしれないんだよ。それでもいいの？
She likely realized that this was my farewell gift to her and looked conflicted. I wanted to make her dream come true, but once it had, that might be the major turning point in our relationship that led to its end. Couldn't you open it to the public when a few decades pass, we're a little older, and you have more time on your hands than you know what to do with? Couldn't you hold on to that small wish? Wouldn't you call that a lingering attachment? We couldn't become lovers, much less get married, but I wanted her to have some hope for the future.
私がおばあちゃんになってもわがままに付き合ってくれるの？
Chihaya smiled awkwardly. I was hoping for a bigger smile as my compensation, but that was out of our hands for the time being. We've spent many years together so far, so the stretch of time from here until death is no big deal.
死ぬまでね。でもそうなると今度は
Chihaya scowled faintly. Is there another problem this late into the game?
やっぱりお父様を止めないと。
Oh, you mean about how he's going to sell it off? If she were to lose the old estate, then any hopes or dreams she may have had would disappear from the get-go. What could we do? Maybe there was a way for her to delay the renovation indefinitely. I've seen lots of instances on the news of construction work being interrupted because they found culturally or historically important relics, artifacts, or undetonated munitions before.
そこまで古い建物じゃないでしょ。爆弾なんてとんでもないものが眠っていたら改造どころではなくなってしまうし困る。
She was right. Something outrageous, though. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I did hear something from Hiro-san.
シゲトさんがあの旧宅について？
Chihaya seemed to want to ask why. Is it okay to tell her about this? I mean, I did tell Azusa. It would be unnatural to leave only Chihaya out of the loop, right? Okay, this scene is taking too long. I need a break. It seems like it's going to continue for a long time. I'll be right back. was having a bit of a sneeze attack here. It's like a treasure hunt. There may or may not have been something left for us in the form of a will or inheritance from your grandfather.
そんな話初耳なんだけど、彼女のためになるものならあってほしいけど、おじい様が
Chihaya appeared to be deep in thought. At first I had a faint hope that if there were, it might cancel out one of the reasons Chihaya had to listen to her father's orders. If Chihaya prioritized protecting me first and foremost, that might not change things very much even if we did find something.
資産に関することならお父様が全て把握されてるはずなんだし。
What about the possibility there's some treasure there that Ojo-san doesn't know about? If so, couldn't you negotiate for him to wait a little longer to sell the place?
あ、なるほどね。そういう線なら実際にはそんな宝物なくても話ができるかも。
Full on bluff, huh? Given how that set turned out, though, it really was odd. Had Kilo-san not told Ojo-san about this? Ojo-san wouldn't be planning to sell the property if he knew, would he?
いいわ。お父様に話してみる。
But that Chihaya's expression lacks.
でも話の出所は伏せた方がいい。純也に迷惑がかかりそう。
Maybe more for Kiro-san than for me. He kept his source ambiguous, too. That left this a little lacking in the credibility department. Who knew if Ojo-san would take this seriously or not?
そう。わかった。ならなんとかごまかしてみる。それにしても次から次へといろいろ出てくるのね。あそこ。
Chihaya said somewhat astonishingly, or only for her to suddenly go, ah! Then she timidly asked me a question.
ひなたに頼んだ雑誌なんだけど。
Yeah, the one that turned out to be a puzzle?
そう、よかった気づいてくれて。やっぱり純也ね。さすが。
So you did send it to my place on purpose. Don't be so cryptic. What would you have done if I hadn't noticed? Not just her grandfather's puzzle either. Was it okay for me to ask her about that embarrassing prayer slip too?
純也なら必ず気づいてくれるって私信じてたから。
She was smiling sweetly with a sign of diffidence. What would I do with you, milady? Sorry to let you down, but I haven't solved that yet at all. I remembered something myself and rifled through my bag. If I recall, here it is.
持ち歩いてくれてたんだ。
Chihaya stared in amazement when I held up the guidebook and opened it up to our grandfather's puzzle. I'm still not sure where it's pointing to, and it's beginning to look like my only choice will be to go to the actual locations, which we should have done 3,000 years ago. I was going to check them out whenever I had the time, especially if I was out running errands. Actually, the next thing I knew, Chihaya was shooting me a gaze filled with anticipation.
ねえ、だったらこの後時間あるってこと？
Yeah?
私も時間があるんだけど、お父様に旧宅の件を話すにしても、今日は帰りが遅くなると聞いてるし。
What was she getting at? Is Chihaya-sama here humbly awaiting some kind of invitation? Want to go around and take a look together then? Yeah. Oh, okay. This is still chapter 8. Oh my god. I know I said the other visual novels I've been playing are way too fast. Like, really, way too fast. But this is being a little meandering. Just because I feel like we are... This one is very long. I just feel like we are very... We're very far into it, and now... now it is weird that it's moving slowly. Before, when it was just slice of life, it's fine. We're just going through the days, and things are happening slowly. That's okay. Now, it feels like there's pressure, and we're not living our daily life. We're living in more unusual circumstances, but it's still going very slowly. Still shorter than the Great Ace Attorney games. I can understand that, but I think the big thing with the Ace Attorney games is they're divided by cases, so it doesn't feel like it's one long continuous story, I think. I don't even know if there's anything to find out about my brother anymore. Or maybe there is, but not in this route. Who knows? Who could know? We know for a fact the librarian was brother's girlfriend, and she has only showed up like 2 times, so she's gonna be in another route for sure. There's also this character. Oh, Shohei Hisei. Oh, he's Hinata's dad, I guess. So he's gonna be in her route. We have never met this person. Yeah, it's the same family name. Kind of interesting. Sister is below sister's friend on the list. I still don't know what kind of Japanese name Hursiainen is. What the fuck? Yeah, I am tired. But I definitely am not doing all the routes. Too much meandering. Because this is one route, right? I thought this game would be shorter. Yeah. I didn't expect a short game, but I would expect to be done with one round by now. And we're not even in the final chapter. We finally made it. Why are you so excited about this? It's clearly a popular romantic spot. We picked out one of the locations that was easily accessible. From our grandfather's puzzle, but this place was a mecca for couples to visit. The Trees of Union. It was a popular location to place locks onto a handrail and wish for happiness, making it an instant tourist attraction. It was a weekday and not even the best season for it, but there were still a handful of couples loitering around.
こんな形でも純也と一緒に来れたんだもの。少しぐらいいいでしょ。何年か前工事があって話題になったから行ってみると誘ったのに、純也が乗り気じゃなかったからやめたの。覚えてない？
So I did. I'm sorry. If I recalled correctly, the handrail was falling apart, and he was struggling to hold the weight of the locks the couples had placed on it. As such, a new one was put in. So back then, we weren't dating, but I had been embarrassed to come here with Chihaya. This wound up not happening for pretty much the same reason as the matter with the Towari Bridge Hinata had mentioned before. I regretted it now and wished I had come here sooner.
いいけどね。数年遅れとはいえ、二人で来れたんだから、おじいさまに感謝しなくちゃ。たとえこれが最初で最後のデートでも悔いはないから。
I had nothing but regrets. Maybe these were my just desserts.
それでここは何？
Yeah. He was probably trying to get a better look at the paper I was holding, but don't just casually lean in like that. I wondered if I had said something peculiar and then this happened. Man, she seriously smelled wonderful.
バッテンの下に数字？6と
This guy is the
7？
worst. Chihaya herself was immersed in solving her grandfather's puzzle.
6歩進んで7メートル掘るとか？
What, when, and how would something be buried in a place like this? I couldn't imagine the Hojos digging in a public place like this without permission. It was a bigger hassle than you'd think to dig or construct something underground. I got the sense that, over the course of their handyman work, Dad and my brother had plenty of difficulties in that same vein a number of times. Where would we even start?
それはやっぱりあの鐘じゃない？
Chihaya pointed at the hanging bell that stood as a symbol for the hill of Starry love.
ほら、あの梁の形がこのバッテンにそっくりだし。
Hey, in that case, couldn't it just straight up apply to underneath the cross itself? 6 and 7. It corresponded to the characters in those two circles, and they were deliberately headed beneath the cross.
2文字だから鐘？
There you have it.
なるほど、そっか。
I'm not sure whether that's right or not, though. What did the 6 and 7 even mean? The 6 and 7 characters in the puzzle? In addition to the word bell, we also wrote down some other objects that could plausibly be keywords and moved on to the next location. As expected, there were couples all around the trees of union.
ねえ、あの看板じゃない？形がおじいさまの描かれた図形そっくり。
Yeah. Same one Mizura had mentioned, huh?
なんだっけ？ 3?
Yeah, the fourth character from the top corresponds to the circle labeled with a tree. The 3.
じゃあ、結びの木だからの？
That is how it would work out. There was no doubting the gigantic letters depicted, just as Chihaya had read aloud. Still, I wouldn't have been confident about this unless we had come to the actual location and seen them for ourselves. What have I been saying for... I don't even know how long. I guess we only got the book yesterday.
ふむふむ。3つ目のキーワードは「の」になるのかな？それとも「の」が3つ入るとか。
We don't have to think this through that far yet, do we? We still have other keywords we have to collect.
そうね。せっかくだからゆっくり見て回りたいけれど、先を急ぎましょうか。
Yeah. This really was going to end up our first and last date. I would have loved to visit popular spots for couples and do something relatively date-worthy.
また来たいな。
Yeah, I seemed to share that feeling, but it was what it was. This place has 3 keywords? Based on the pattern so far, these figures probably all represented signs. If we could find these 2, we should be able to gather more keywords. Isn't it that? I immediately found the answer the moment we walked inside. Sure. The signs go inside, don't they? Sumisora Ben's item there, and the notice in front. It was a common sign, one that didn't quite linger in my memory. Hey, Chihaya, what's wrong? While I was having a staring contest with the map, Chihaya was kind of looking around absent-mindedly. It was a little different from how high-spirited she had been until now.
ああ、うん。ここへ来るの久しぶりだなと思って。
Really? Sumisara Benzaiten, the place where the goddess Benten was enshrined. Although it was crowded over New Year's, we never went out of our way to visit unless there was some significant reason.
覚えてない？小学生の時、授業の一環で見学に来たの。
Oh, that's right. Was it an off-campus learning exercise or part of a field trip? Whatever the pretext, our homeroom teacher at the time had guided us around. Naturally, Chihaya and Ninata were with me for said trip.
懐かしいな。おじいさま、私が話したこと覚えててくれたのかな。ここへ来た日ね、あんまり楽しかったから帰ってすぐおじいさまにお話ししたの。孫の土産話を喜んでくれて、だ だからこんな風にヒントの場所として選んでくれたのだったらいいな。
How about that? I guess that could be possible. He seemed to really cherish his grandchildren, between setting up gimmicks and little quizzes for them. It would be wonderful if he had made this puzzle we were working on purely to entertain his grandkids too.
確かそう弁天様の像を見てひなたが何かのキャラみたいって言ってた。
That's also plausible. She was still the same as before, not just Inata, but me and Chihaya as well. We were always together, which meant Chihaya's memories were also my own. No matter when, where, or whenever I witnessed a sight like this, Chihaya had always been there by my side, just like she was now. That would end today. We couldn't be together, nor could we share the same memories.
純也どうしたの？
No, it's nothing. My memories were fuzzy, fading, becoming hazy. As long as I remained unaware, then I could forget the things I had said that had an impact on another person's life.
少し休んでいく。顔色が良くない。
I'm alright. Chihaya felt guilty about what happened to the maid in her childhood, and it had reached the point where it had changed their personality entirely. It's so weird. I love romance. I do. And I like romance stories. But one thing that really, really irks me in romance is when the conflict is based on miscommunication. Like, if you had opened your mouth and spoken, it would be fine. And a great example of that is The Notebook, one of the most well-known romance movies, in which the drama, My Mom Loves White Christmas, I don't think I watched that. But yeah, the Notebook, spoilers I guess, like, just because they don't talk, there's a big time skip with them not talking. And they only meet up many years later, and they talk, and they realize that nothing had happened. It's just like, oh, your dad told me you didn't love me, so I went away. What the fuck? Fuck you! The movie's 70 years old. So that means I needed to have watched that. Does that make it mandatory to watch? I don't know. I've never watched White Christmas. I'm sorry. No, it's not. It's okay. I'm not gonna. I don't think I want to watch it. You've told me enough that I don't want to watch it. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's okay to an extent, but when everything is, and I know it happens in real life, of course, but when everything is predicated on miscommunication or a lack of communication, it just seems like it's a drama that didn't need to happen. We let all of this happen because we're dumb. Sure, and like I said, sure it happens in real life. People are dumb all the time. But come on, don't make me feel like I'm wasting my time. People are like, the only time I tolerated that and still had fun was in Friends, because Friends is funny and things are played for laughs. But it's still a fucking waste that we get more Ross and Rachel apart than we get Ross and Rachel together, just through miscommunication as well. If it's a drama, it sucks. And this protagonist in this game, someone like, I wish his sister would fucking kick him in the head, not in the stomach. Chihaya felt guilty about what happened to the maid in her childhood, and it had reached the point where it had changed her personality entirely. The fact I had forgotten about something I had done all those years ago still weighed heavily on my mind. It was beyond sinful.
せめて何か飲む？ここならただのお水でもご利益がありそう。
What was Benten Sama's blessing again? Questioned what she was trying to get me to drink, but I was in a state of mind where I wouldn't mind depending on the god.
弁天様だから金運かな。恋の成就は難しいのかな。さて、ここが最後の一つね。
I'm getting a bunch of new locations now. And yet, she wears one outfit for the entire game. What in the world were we doing? We walked all over the place and reminisced on those beautiful ephemeral memories. It would feel even better if we could fully immerse ourselves in them.
あ、浜崎学園の子がいる。あの制服もちょっと着てみたかったのよね。
Every word that came out of her mouth was an unfulfilled promise or dream that would never come true. It was already set in stone that we were going to go our separate ways.
さて、目的のものはと。あれ？
What's wrong?
なんか違ってない？
Wrong? When she said that, I looked up at the station sign. The shape that Chihaya's grandfather had drawn had 3 rows of circles enclosed in a square. Maybe it was renovated since then? The first row had 6 medium-sized circles. The second row had 3 large circles, and the third row had 8, then 3 small circles. The 8 and 3 circles at the end had a space separating them. That was why Chihaya and I had assumed it would be the station's sign. As for why,
足利島電鉄線浜崎駅で最後はローマ字表記のはずだよね。
that's what I assumed when we came here anyway. Hamazaki Station, the number of letters in the third row and the station name in the second row fit numerically. However, given what we were seeing right in front of us,
1段目3文字しかない。
with us, the part I thought for sure would say Ashikajima Electric Railway in kanji said Shika Rail. That only took 3 Japanese characters. Unfortunately enough, the first slot of the first row of our grandfather's puzzle was the designated character.
1文字目これだと違ってくる？
I'm sure it will. Maybe it's referring to a different sign. I mean, if you know... If you think that's what it says, see if it fits. It was only a matter of the official versus abbreviated name on the sign, but the Japanese characters for Hashi, or she, made a world of difference for us. Since it had come to this, maybe the best idea would be to search for a different sign with 6 characters in its first row.
あれ？ジュン君に千早さん？
Ah, Rinshan.
こんにちは。お二人でデートですか？こんにちは、りんちゃん。二人でね、ちょっとスタンプラリーみたいなことをしていたの。
Stamp rally. I guess it was something like that. We were going around to famous train stations and other famous sites. It would have created quite an iffy mood if she had called this a date, so it helped that Chihaya had casually explained this away.
いいなあ。りんも一緒にやりたい。ああ、でもお使いもあるんだった。
Good. Go away. All the way out to here. That sounds rough.
パパに任せておくとほっときっぱなしなんだもん。だからママの分までリンが頑張らないと。偉いのね。リンちゃんは頼もしいお姉ちゃんだ。今度生まれてくる赤ちゃんにもお手本になってあげるんだ。
She really was a reliable girl. Did she take after her mom more than Inawa-san?
そっか。それじゃあお使いの途中私たちが邪魔しちゃいけないわね。そうなんだけど。
Rinchan looked curious about Grandfather Ojo's puzzle that I was holding. I guess her curiosity did her in when she heard we were stamp collecting. She was still a kid after all.
じゃあちょっとだけ質問。りんちゃんならわかるかな？
Chihaya must have also inferred how she felt and quickly glanced over at me. As such, she repositioned their grandfather's puzzle so that Rinshan could see the figure that we were currently unable to solve. Chihaya herself had bent over to match Rinshan's gaze, and I proceeded to explain the graphic she held out to her.
これね、この駅の看板を指していると思ってきたの。だけどね。
This was potentially linked to Ojo family secret, but it shouldn't have been a problem to let her see this much. Feeling roughly like it would be enough as long as it satisfied Rinshan's curiosity, she simply continued to hold out the puzzle when... Huh? Before Chihaya could even finish her explanation, Rinshan... Did she know the answer? Chihaya looked surprised and immediately pressed her for an answer.
りんちゃん、わかったって？これ、古いよね。
Old? It was true that this hadn't been drawn recently. It was from back when our grandfather was still healthy, so it had to be at least over a year old.
あのね、ここ工事したの。リニューアルっていうの。それで看板も新しくなってるんだよ。
An overhaul. That explains it. pretty clear. Mizura had mentioned the same thing when she saw the guidebook that this puzzle had been stuck into. Construction work had been done on Hamazaki Station, just like what happened with Ashikashima Station. This sign had also been replaced as a result of this large-scale project, where each station along the line was being remodeled in order. Ashikashima Electric Railway.
ぴったり6文字ね。
Does indeed. Who is my waifu? In the game? Thank you for the resub, Monships, for 15 months. I appreciate it very much. How are you? I have bad news for you, Monships. Very bad news for you. Like, the worst news you might ever hear in life. No Nier this year? No. So, like, way worse than that. So you are aware that, Aniv is an AI, right? Works out to exactly 6 kanji characters? Yes. Well, I think Aniv has it out for you. Because he was calling out to you the other day. I will get your affairs in order. What did he say? He just said hello, Monships. But I will get your affairs in order. I pinned it in case you came in and saw it. You didn't come in that day. Digital footprints. Absolutely. Didn't we have this already figured out? Discrepancies had arisen between the present day and the time when her grandfather had made this puzzle. This had turned into a pitfall that the puzzle's designer had never intended. We'll do something to thank you. How about if we treat you to something sweet when you're finished with your errand? Sure, I'll do that. She really was Inao-san's daughter. She had a shrewd head on her shoulders. So what's new in the Monships world? I have gotten the light cone for Aventurine. Huh, she really is a clever girl. Yeah, you're right. As far as that goes, as long as it's okay with you, wouldn't more heads be better? Hinata was the first person Chihaya suggested. I'm sorry, Hinata, but it looks like she'll hold on to the presumption that you'll help her for the rest of her life.
なんだか悪感が。
Anyway, it was a bit unfortunate, but it was time for us to bring our date to an end. Can I ask Mizora and the others to come over too? He seemed really interested the last time we brought this out.
もちろん。せっかくだからみんなでワイワイ言いながら解くのも楽しそう。
Yeah, also, I guess I'd like to decipher this message at the old estate so we can search around while we're there.
そうね。例の遺産とか言う？
Chihaya's expression wavered when I nodded.
それなら当然彼女にも来てもらわないと。
That's right, of course. From this point forward, it would be better to do this together with everyone involved rather than to do this in secret by ourselves. There was no telling what would come out of that old estate, but this seemed more fair to me.
となると日を改めた方が良さそうね。
Life's good. Work stuff's a bit harsh. Still obsessed with Magic the Gathering. Monships was you about 10 years ago. Yeah. Magic the Gathering. And Dota. RIP. That makes sense. After all the time we spent going from one location to the next, the sun was starting to set. If the Rinshan managed to make it home before dark, I couldn't help but worry. No more Dota. That game is bad for you. I know. You quit? Have you been playing nothing? Other than Magic? I'll shoot them a text. I'd like to make sure it's convenient for everyone, especially for you, Anazusa.
私はいつでも OK。何しろもう休学扱いだから。
I see.
なので段取りは全部お願いね、純也。
Figured as much. That was fine. There was no reason to hesitate when it came to Chihaya anymore. More than anything, I'd learned that Chihaya had prioritized others' smiles over her own for years, and I intended to follow her example. It sucked being so depressed and solemn all the time anyway. Why not use this opportunity to live it up with our friends? You uninstalled him. Now, to be really happy in life, you just have to uninstall Steam. And then buy a place.
そうだよ。千早さん、じゅんくんと一緒だったけど。
おお、それはそれは。
Oh.
いや、ありがとう教えてくれて。
リン、そろそろ閉めるから先に車の中で休んでていいぞ。
じゃあお先に失礼します。
ああ、引き止めて申し訳なかったね。おやすみ。
たく、うちの子まで巻き込まないでくれないか。
そういうつもりはなかったんだがね。有益な情報が聞けたものだから。いや、忙しい合間を縫ってここへ寄った甲斐があった。
有益ね。フィアンセが他の男と一緒にいたなんて話が。
別に嫉妬してるわけじゃない。あの二人の間に後から割り込んだのはこちらだ。
その自覚はあったわけだ。
それでも婚約しているのは僕だ。 なのでとやかく言うほど強量なつもりもない。今はむしろ二人が一緒に行動してくれた方が何かと都合が良くてね。
何を企んでいるのやら。
I thought you said you made your own Magic the Gathering game.
いずれ話す。手を借りたい場面もあるはずだ。それまでは今夜のような話があったらすぐに知らせてくれ。
あんたには何かと世話になってるから教えろと言われりゃ教えますがね。子供まで利用されるのは親としちゃ面白くないんだ。
そんな小煩悩だとは知らなかったな。
見損なうなと言いたいところだが、俺もあいつを授かるまでこんな気持ちになるとは想像もしてなかったな。まだ赤ん坊だったあいつが俺を見て無邪気に笑った瞬間、悟ったんだよ。
You can only play with your friend who lives in Spain. I mean, that's true. I'm surprised there's no Magic game on PS4 or 5, right? What happened to Duels of the Planewalkers? I don't think so. Magic the Gathering, House of the Dead remake. I think we've found it. Yeah, I don't think PS4 or 5 have any Magic the Gathering stuff. Well, there are Magic the Gathering skins on Minecraft. Does that count? Look, it's Lord of Ring Golem. Trash platform? You mean good platform filtering out the trash? The addiction. It doesn't filter out the trash. We were just talking yesterday how there's so much trash on PlayStation right these days. It almost I think PlayStation at this point has reached like 5% of the quantity of trash on Steam, which is incredible.
Ah, 俺は全身全霊を挙げてこの笑顔を守らなきゃならないんだってな。
理解できないな。
あんただってあの北条家のお嬢さんと結婚するとなれば子供だって求められるんじゃないか。 家を継がせる必要だってあるだろう。
さあね、先生からは特にその点何も言われていない。
その口ぶりじゃあんた自身も子供に興味はなしか。
自分の仕事で忙しいのでね、子供の面倒まで見る暇はこの先もないな。
仕事じゃなくて野望だろ。
Monship's favorite color in magic is blue or black.
若いうちはそれもいいさ。他人に迷惑をかけない範囲でならだけどな。
Monchips is the kind of guy that has a red deck.
俺だって家庭を持つことになるまではまあかなりチャランポランな人生を過ごしてきたが、一度家庭を持てば自分一人楽しけりゃいいってもんじゃなくなる。家族を守るべきだし、誰に言われずとも守りたくなるもんさ。
守るね。自分の人生は自分が主役だ。妻や子に尽くして終わるなんて舞台から降りるような真似をするつもりはない。
舞台ね。自分が何より一番でスポットライトをいつまでも浴びていたいっていうのなら、まず結婚をすべきじゃないだろうな。ならだがあいにくと俺は現状に満足してる。あんたが同様の境地に達する保証はできないかな。結婚して守りに入った男を舞台の早くか引退した役者みたいに感じる気持ちもわからんじゃない。
Oh, you got me. Really? Okay. Scenic. I don't know what that is.
学生時代は俺だって主役になりたいと思う瞬間もあったさ。なんせ友人知人がみんな揃いも揃って劇的な青春を送っていたからな。やれのろけだやれ修羅場だと、こっちが暇だからって恋愛相談がひっきりなしでさ。うんざりしながらも羨ましく感じたことだってなくはない。
Scenic is blue-green? Oh, okay.
が今はこれで良かったと思っているよ。どんなに仕事やトラブルでヘロヘロになっていたって嫁と娘の笑顔を見れば一発で元気が出るからな。それが一番の報酬でね。わざわざ他人を蹴落としてまで舞台の主役になんざならなくても十分なんだよ。
今のあなたにとっては安定と平和こそが第一なわけだ。やはり僕にはまだ早い生き方のようだ。あなたが世間一般ではいい人として扱われるだろうということだけはよくわかったが。
いい人ね。その点だけは自信があるな。良くも悪くもだが、なんせガキの頃からかれこれ20年以上はそう言われているんでね。
やはり僕には縁のない生き方のようだ。お会計を。
Like combo decks, casting big spells? Yeah, I thought you would be red. Or maybe you would be annoying and just have an artifact deck. No color. Just everything is an artifact. He did say it was a blue player? Yeah, I heard. What I said is, I thought it would be red. Before he said it. Before he said he was blue. Counter spells are annoying. Oh, you mean blue is annoying. Okay. Sure, I'll give you that. Alright. I feel frustrated with this game, so I don't want to play more today. It's I forgot about the boob grab. Classic boob grab. We still have, if you look at this, the accident CG is missing 3 frames, so we still have more to see about the accident for sure. When are we seeing it? Who knows? Yeah. Alright, okay. 0 out of 14 endings.